All right, everybody, welcome to another episode of Break the Rules, breaktherules.tv. That's the YouTube link. Go there right now, share, subscribe, like. Behind this magical door lies Ariel Pink. There he is.
There he is. We weren't
Ariel,
lying.
thank you so much for coming in, man. I really appreciate it. Today is also, by the way, Giovanni Pennacchietti's birthday, turning 29.
True. Sweet.
Happy birthday to Gio. And so, Ariel, you are the godfather of California indie rock, if that's the best way to say it. You have been a legendary instrumental musician. The one thing that I wanted to ask you, which has nothing to do with that at all, but in part it does, is I read that when you were in Cal Arts, you created a mural of the teachers and the students all having this giant orgy. I wanted to find this picture, and I want to find out what exactly went on there. I know this is a strange first question, but I figured, why not? Because there should be more of this stuff.
No, it's good. I think it's probably, it will go down as being one of the things I'm actually known for after I die and stuff like that. Yeah, no, it wasn't a mural. It was a drawing, a rendering. It was about oh yeah, it wasn't that big, but it was a collaboration with a friend of mine who was a first year student there, Jeremy Riggermarker, and yeah, it was a sort of a last minute addition to the foundation class group show, basically. So it was up for less than 16 hours, I think. It was just posted. We went there in the middle of the night and put it up after having been hopped up on Adderall for about 3 days, just powering through, working on it. Yeah, no, it was the idea was to make a photorealistic rendering of some of the members of the faculty and some of the members of the staff and some of the students engaged in an orgy. And we did it, I guess. And a lot of things went crazy. There was in the center of the piece, we had Martin Purcell's on his back. He was one of the art teachers there. And then we depicted Mary Herberg, who was I probably shouldn't even mention their names.
Some of them I recognize, actually, to tell you the truth.
Yeah. That's the idea, right? So I didn't think that they would actually. I honestly didn't think that they would recognize themselves in the picture. I thought that they would see lead shavings on paper and something of that critique or something like that. Something like Michael Asher would say, what is that? That's it's like a photograph of something. It's like it just doesn't matter. Anyway, it was yeah. So the Treasury lady had a panic attack or a heart attack before she ever saw the picture, and had to be taken to the hospital. She was old. She was 80 years old, and it caused just all this controversy. I mean, I had to make a whole. They had to make a whole assembly for it. I had to speak in front of the whole student body, and more or less apologize, I guess.
Oh man.
We got nothing to do with the heart attack at all. So why would you have to apologize having to do with that?
I mean, I felt bad. I think I offered it up. I sent roses, and I just actually came across the note that I wrote her recently, and it was. I mean, I was 19 years old at the time, so keep that in mind. I mean, it was so rude. I can't even. I was just a real asshole. But I was trying. And I just have this knack for putting my foot in my mouth like every time. Well,
there were certain very correct things that I think you mentioned about CalArts, where you were talking about how you wish they would have focused more on things like color theory. So from what I'm getting, more on the craft as opposed to just the salesmanship of the fine arts.
Like an atelier almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
well,
I don't.
mean, their whole. I was in there. I got accepted because I drew in high school and I had like some discernible ability, and it was just sort of a kind of thing where like it didn't. Once I was there, it didn't really buy me very many points because their whole attitude is to break you down and sort of like start you from scratch and give you this new sort of critical art frame, kind of like this education about basically what's what passes in the art world as being sort of like good art nowadays. So that was like that sort of put them on a. At the time, they were very, very advanced. There was no other like school that like was focused on that, and I think it's a little bit. It's been that model has sort of been incorporated in many other art schools now. I think, I mean, I didn't get any brownie points for being a good artist while I was there. I mean, I was focused on music anyway, and I was kind of like a little bit of I kind of got soured on art, to be honest, while I was there. So,
did you also have any experience with the animation department? Out of curiosity, I went to school of visual arts for animation, so I've always been curious about CalArts animation.
Well, it's just basically like a factory. They just churn out students that are just going to go get jobs at Disney like right afterwards, and that was the prestige of the thing. But the fine arts department was different. I mean, I didn't meet one animator while I was there. I don't think. I mean, maybe from the experimental animation, but maybe from that department, but not any real animators. But yeah. So the ensuing lawsuit became a went down as like a milestone in sexual harassment law, and it actually is a case study now. It's a case study, and they teach it around. Actually, everybody that has a job in the States has to actually learn about it. I mean, when you get a job at Starbucks or wherever or any place, you have to do sexual harassment in the workplace training or sensitivity training, and they give you these sort of like almost like an add-on to your employment. You have to basically like go through this, sign these forms, have this whole kind of like you have to even take a few classes, or I don't know exactly what they do, but pretty much everywhere around the country, everybody's basically has to be taught about this case. And I could send I'm not going to, but I could send you the snapshots of the way that they describe it in the sensitivity training manuals, and it's just amazing that everybody basically gets exposed to this piece, and oh no,
don't worry, there we go, it's back.
Okay.
But the verdict, from what I understood, was positive towards you. Nothing bad happened.
Well, I mean, it wasn't. We were never even a part of it. I mean, the school was put in the unfortunate position of basically sticking up for us. Because basically, like the school was being sued for sexual harassment.
But it won the suit. It did not have to pay anything.
It did, but the art school was not the school was not happy with what I did. Don't get me wrong. They
Yeah.
were
No,
forced into this
but
position.
legally, just like with the Kyle Rittenhouse, let's say, certain things would mean that maybe for future schools, this could be done a lot more because this case proves that actually you weren't in the wrong and the school was not in the wrong either. Free expression. I don't know,
Well,
or is this not the way it went?
well, no. That is the way it went. I mean, it really, what it did was it really defined what sexual harassment in the workplace is and isn't. Like what it isn't, basically, is the more important point. Because yeah, they won. Kellogg's is free expression, of course, blah blah blah. But really, you know, it went to the Supreme Court, so it was like it defined what would constitute as grounds for a sexual harassment claim and what wouldn't be. So basically, it just defined the parameters. For instance, like if somebody like pinches you in the butt, like a coworker or something like that, once, that's not going to probably fly or be good enough for you to complain about it. It would have to be a continuous thing. It had to be like an ongoing thing. And since I took down the piece after 16 hours, I mean, like it wasn't even up for 16 hours. It was up for less than a day. Now that was my call. Like I took it down as soon as I heard about the Treasury lady going to the hospital. I was just like, oh no, we got to take that down. But it could have, you know, to think that like, you know, the outcome could have been completely different just by leaving it up there is something to think about. But for me, what's really interesting is just how the whatever kind of like changes to the law or to employment practices that might have changed because of it, all that's been rendered pretty much moot. It can be less important nowadays what the legal what the rules are legally, because we re-entered into the Me Too era where everything is basically just handled outside of legal recourse. You know, so it's you know, it's basically, it might even be a response to that. You know, I mean, it might be another just kind of like another you know, another kind of like a provocation that sort of just brought people to just sort of take it into their own hands because they can't count on the legal system. And so now it couldn't be less relevant, ironically, at the same time that it's being, you know, that the judgment actually is being imposed everywhere. It's weird.
Well, that was an effective piece of art, though. I mean, when you think about going to the Supreme Court and changing legal precedent, I mean, very rarely is a work of art that moving in terms of real world comportment. And so
it's pretty amazing. I mean, I really, I think it's, you know, it's as ridiculous as I thought my thinking was, you know, conceptual art is in, representation is out. You know, they're not going to see themselves. They're going to, you know, like there's a representation is passé. So that's not really that wouldn't ruffle any feathers. I didn't think people would recognize themselves. I thought they would see it conceptually. Of course, there is like there is a meta commentary on it. Of course, like, you know, it's like I called it the last art piece for a reason. You know, I mean, and that's actually like the way that it's presented in the sensitivity training manuals. It says the last art piece, like on the top of the page. Like, I mean, I'm just like, wow, you called the whole thing the last art piece. It's like that was a stroke of genius. Yeah.
From the very beginning, you were making waves. Was this also something that your family noticed in you from a young age? Like, did you get brought up in this, like, oh, this kid is going places, or was it very, you know, unknown what exactly the future holds?
Well, I mean, I think that to the degree that, you know, I mean, I think I sort of latched on to the first thing that I got positive reinforcement for, which was art, so at like 3 years old, I was like, they're like, oh, he's an artist. And I just sort of like bought it, and then I sort of was raised with that mindset. And I think that kind of like quickly kind of backfired on them, like, but I think, most people don't know what they're doing at 3 years old. So, but also when you're 3 years old, I mean, everybody's good at art, that's the one thing that everybody is that's probably when you're best at it, like I probably was the best artist I could be at 3 years old. And so are most people. So it's kind of not saying much, and I think ultimately my dad would have liked me to get into something like graphic design or something like that, or something.
Yeah, but now they have the. Have you heard of Humans of Flat Design? And we're gonna get into music soon, but I'm curious. Have you heard of that concept, Humans of Flat?
Humans of Flat?
Yes.
No.
Gio, how would you describe Humans of Flat?
Well, it's like basically the like in vogue corporate design of like blobbish, misshapen humans that are very like Fauvist in their color range. It's like basically every corporate ad you've ever seen, especially with tech companies, they have these shapeless human blobs that
Here's
are kind
one
of
example.
like the new aesthetic Zer or man.
Is that it? Is that it? That
Yeah,
of it right there?
that's
Okay,
one
cool.
example. And somebody did a parody too that I really like that I'm going to post as well from that famous painting by Goya. So 1 second over here. Here is that Goya
Funny how
painting.
that guy looks like Dylan Klebold, that one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So this is somebody just doing a parody of it, but you get the idea, the kind of blob-like shapes that humans are being put in. And when you compare something like that to in the 1950s, when they had those sugary cereals that the kids ate, and they had this very classically designed Tony the Tiger, very simple.
Mid-century modernism.
Yeah, but with certain classical principles. Now I think the principles are going out the window, but how I could relate this back to music is you were writing this really wild time, which I think has gotten very sanitized along with the rest of California. What would you describe that feeling like? But also, would you say that there was some kind of a yearning that you had for, I don't know if order is the right word here, but some kind of, some kind of meaning? I don't know. That's a very general question, but I don't know, that's the vibe that I get. Could be wrong.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it was just when I started doing it, it was just really just a way to sort of identify with something and to feel something was my own and all that kind of stuff. Just this typical, not trying to say anything in particular, just trying to. I love the boundlessness of the expression and the medium. So I wanted to sort of expand that, and just sort of when I think about it now, I kind of just think about it as me getting to, being able to exercise my rights as a, just being able to express myself and not get in trouble for it. So in that sense, it's kind of is always it is a continuum with all my art, but I never thought of myself as a performance artist or or anything like that. I mean, I think the music stuff was sort of a response to me not wanting to do visual work all that much anymore. So I started to do that, and because I really, really was into music as opposed to art. I'm not like into art, I mean, I like album cover art and stuff like that, but I was never really into artists. I didn't collect them like stamps or anything like that.
Do you notice that there is a certain, let's say, that there is a certain tendency to absorb things that are going on around you, absorb the California scene versus taking things from within or taking things from completely different inspirations? Like how much of your work would you say California itself has a lot to do with?
Well, I mean, I think I've never left here, so it's really probably hard for me to be the gauge for how much it really defines me, but I, the way I see it now, I mean, I'm kind of at odds with with California now more than ever. But I always thought of myself as being sort of emblematic of California. I mean, I think I was raised with liberal values and stuff like that, and so I mean, I don't think I've met. I didn't know any conservatives growing up, So I really didn't even figure into my whole attitude about things. But I realize now that, like, I mean, my whole stance and the way that I feel is just really just an old school, like an outdated version of it's an outdated version of liberal kind of like values and stuff like that. So the whole idea of like freedom of expression and all that kind of stuff, like I'm all for that, like, I mean, that was what it used to mean to be liberal, it was like, and now it's antiquated. So what I've seen is more like, culture has been sort of going or being pushed. The force of culture is sort of going towards the left always, like every year things are getting more leftist, and then there's I see myself now as sort of like, trying to like not let it go off a cliff. Like I'm sort of like trying to keep those values, trying to conserve the values that I was raised with, and but it's kind of a losing battle. So
it seems that there's a lot of like examples in the music industry of like old school like 90s Gen X liberals who were sort of like mogged by the recent value change. Like I could think of like, well, me growing up as a metalhead, I could think of like Phil Anselmo being like one of these guys who is like classic like 90s tolerance, accepting of everyone. Now he's an evil fascist white supremacist, according to people that used to like, love Pantera. But
he was actually like more on the face side of the metal thing. Like, I mean, like that, like, I mean, like he had like, he listened to like really a bunch of different kinds of music. He was like, he was not like just a bonehead or like I mean, he was, he was stacked, but like, I mean, he was like there was an effeminate quality to him too. And I mean, there's a lot of that too, like in other bands that I like that were, I was a metalhead too, so I really.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Well, I wanted to ask you particularly though about before we transition to other things about your time in art school, because it seems that when I like look at the sort of legacy of your work and you look at the aesthetic that you have, that is very which is kind of ironic how a lot of these like Pitchfork writers who go to like grad school, how they've denounced you now, because a lot of them would write essays in places like Pitchfork about how your work is uniquely hauntological and sort of defining of that hipster eclecticism you found in like Southern California. So how do you look at the aesthetics of your work and the sort of the image quality to your music? Because to me, when I think of your music, I can't separate it from this like postmodern eclecticism that you've developed. Or is that a conscious thing, or is it just like that's what you vibe with, and it's not like this galaxy brain attempt at some commentary about hauntology or whatever?
Hauntology, yeah, hauntology. That was it. That was a term that who was behind that? Was that Simon Reynolds, or was that
Derrida, and then Mark Fisher.
Mark Fisher, yeah, right. I didn't even know about that term until they used it, and then they sort of like pegged me as being a purveyor of hauntology music, which I thought was pretty interesting, considering that my name was Ariel Pink's Haunted Graffiti. So I felt like that was an ironic twist to it, and also kind of like just my first experience with sort of being presented in a way that I didn't actually endorse, or like I didn't realize that I could be like a just a member of my own genre, just another member. But that's essentially what it became. I didn't really necessarily have to see it as being innovative. I feel like all music is innovative because it's like, it's all just a fingerprint of somebody, and it doesn't really have to be taken beyond that. I mean, as a fan of music, like I like different artists. I like different people doing the same 3 chords over and over again. So there's something unique about everybody's approach to it. There's no getting sick of it, really, in my opinion. But
well, one of your great songs, Beverly Kills, has the lyric, "Beverly kills the freaks with her golden arrow. Beverly kills the freaks. Oh, Beverly kills the freaks with her poison arrow." So golden arrow, that's from that is the arrow of Cupid that was struck to Apollo, so that Apollo would fall in love with this nymph named Daphne. And then later on, Daphne ended up being struck by that same dude with the lead arrow, which turned her away from Apollo. So are you interested in any of this mythological stuff? Or is that just a coincidence?
Oh, it's a coincidence, but it is. I am interested in that stuff, and I'm definitely interested in the. I mean, as I get older and I sort of like look back, I see the sort of the prophecy of a lot of this stuff. I mean, I was just working on intuition, and I wasn't trying to think about these things. I was intentionally trying not to overthink these things in any kind of praxis or any kind of like, I really, when it comes down to it, I mean, I just like to. There's nothing intellectual about it. It's just I have melody and I have a rhythm, and I kind of so I kind of make this music that's just kind of like music playing in my brain all day long. It's just kind of like has these clunky little parts that you can put together in different ways, and it's just kind of like there's nothing earth-shattering or revolutionary about it. There's nothing even particularly innovative about the chord structures or the arrangements. It's very mundane, and it's just kind of like what's going on in my brain all the time. And then there's on top of that, there's the person that's going to be singing the music, and what are they saying? And well, it's got to be me. So I kind of have to like, kind of like trick myself into expressing myself at that point, because writing does not come naturally to me, and I sort of have to set a trap for myself by kind of leaving the lyrics to the last moment, and then recording them shortly thereafter, and then that's it. Like it's like, for better or for worse, I've captured something. I don't, otherwise I would be going back and forth. If I had the lyrics like written beforehand, I would be probably editing them, rewriting them. I never come to any kind of. I would probably just never record them. I just kind of have to kind of capture myself in all my raw glory. And
so you're more of a right brain thinker, if we were to distinguish those two, left brain being that analytical and right brain, as Julian Jaynes talked about in his book, The Bicameral Mind, where exactly, where he talked about how the archaic Greeks, according to him, and the Bronze Age people, their minds function in such a way that they interpreted all the signals from their right hemisphere as being the voice of the gods that were talking to them, or you could say like the voices of the muses, things of that nature. Like, do you believe that, do you lean on the brain being more of a receiver that connects us to, whether we call it the Akashic Records or whatever you want to call it?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that for me, it's all the left brain stuff that I've acquired in this life is sort of gets in the way of the process of making it, because it is kind of channeled. I mean, it's kind of like, this stuff comes to you, and I mean, I don't really like to not have any idea about what I'm doing when I sit down and do it. I mean, I suppose that there is that practice where you could just kind of do whatever you sit down and you don't know what you're going to do and see what comes out. That's cool. It's kind of like improvisation, but which is weird, because you would think that's kind of like, channels like the more intuitive part, but actually for me it's really more about getting these ideas sort of like out of nowhere. They just sort of like, I hum them to myself, I pace around and I just kind of like sing to myself and have a little beat and have a little melody. And then I just kind of try to get it down as much as possible. Try to like recreate it and capture it as accurately as possible. And but where those things come from is anybody's guess, but it doesn't really matter. It's just that I don't really think about, what I'm saying and whether it's valid or relevant or not, or whether it has any kind of place in today's discourse or anything like that. Like I don't like to participate. I always wanted to I always said that I wanted to progress sideways. I didn't think that I was ever progressing. Like I just wanted to be on a completely different critical metric. I didn't want, if people could say it's good or bad. I just didn't want to be like on the same scale as everybody else. So I just I did my own thing. My job as an artist is to block out the getting to believing my bullshit, that kind of stuff, and then letting people blow smoke up my ass, and then kind of telling me things that that are good about it and believing them. Yeah, that's all just crap. But also, you just don't want to listen to the haters. You don't want to listen to You don't want to listen to anybody. As an artist, you have to block everybody out. You can't. My job is to just basically to trust my intuition and above everybody else's. So that's what I do, and that's always led me to interesting places, like Washington D.C. for instance.
Yes.
Well, I was going to ask before we get into that about, oh my God, the Washington thing. Yes. So you would say that you being a pioneer of sort of like lo-fi pop, that it is in a way an intuitive necessity, that it's almost like what Kandinsky would call an inner necessity. Like, I mean, I'm a painter and Lev's an animator, and so we can get it, because what you said about tuning out influences, there's this conscious thing where you want to not be a mark for yourself, as they say in pro wrestling, where you just want to like go at it without the influence of what people like or fan service. So you would say that the choices you make musically, they're there for a reason. It's not like a gimmick the way that other like for example, like in black metal, like when Varg Vikernes records in prison with a little shitty Korg, it's like now other people imitate that and it's not as authentic. So what you're doing is almost by necessity, you have to put it out. It's an unconscious thing. It's not like at the surface level. It's not a quote unquote gimmick, I guess you could say.
Well, I mean, I don't know what I'm doing exactly, and it's still like a work in progress. I mean, there's nothing pre-calculated about it. I mean, it's really gotten out of my hands, for the most part. I mean, my appeal and the way that I'm I've been absorbed into like, the mainstream or whatever, in whatever ways I have or haven't, doesn't matter. I mean, it's just that I did have like one idea that I started with a long time ago. And that idea just sort of like stuck with me. And I kind of like, I have it as a mantra, and it's sort of my that's just sort of been my go-to. It's sort of like my what I go back to. And it's something that was there from a very young age. It was something. It is kind of like holding on to an old memory and not putting it to bed, kind of thing. It's like being very, very stubborn about it, and but it's kind of like trying to stand still. Like it's trying to avoid. Like my dream is something on the order of like basically trying to stop everything and trying to stop time from passing. You want to just kind of like stay in one thought forever, and it's an impossible dream, but that's what makes it a dream. I don't make change a virtue. It change is not your friend. Change is the devil. Change is fucking evil. It's not something that we should embrace or like. It's like it's inevitable, but like it's not a good thing. It's you know, the real, if you stand still, you're still going to change. You can't you but people nowadays have made that into a mantra of sorts, and you know, they value change, and change is like this wonderful thing that's the only constant in life that you can count on. The only thing you can depend on is change, and you just have to roll with it, you know, like don't hold on to things. But to me, that's just cheap. That's a stupid thing to hold on to, man. Like it's a, to me, it's like, if you find something that you love, you know, hold on to it as long as possible, because hold on to it for dear life, because it's going away.
Well, if we don't hold on to anything, then how different are we from the animals? Because the animals, they only rely on their instincts, and they're the ones that do go through this whole cycle of birth, death, rebirth, and humans too. But like a lot of the mystical traditions talk about escaping a certain cycle that you happen to be in. And I think that what you're talking about in relation to having this thing that you're trying to hold on to and get back, could you say that maybe that is a branch of wanting to, I don't know, maybe this is very out there, wanting to go back to the source, wanting to go back to God, but whatever the source or God is kind of symbolized in this particular thing that you want to grab onto and hold on to?
I think it's something like that. I think it's something on the order of, like, we've already experienced paradise, so like, you know, it only gets worse, and that's the reality of the matter. I mean, we all know this. There's nothing to look forward to, you know, even if we mount social changes and we sort of, like, you know, we're impassioned. We've sort of, like, you know, overcome adversity, overcome the oppression and all this kind of stuff. There's very little reward for it. So it's a completely misguided notion to sort of stake all of this. Stake everything on hope, you know. I mean, hope. Some people, like, you know, if you kill their hope, it's like, just like, you know, that's like a no. You know, that's the worst thing you could do. It's like, don't kill my hope. I gotta have hope. And it's just like, no.
Hopium.
Blackpilling.
It's just getting worse. It's always.
Oh, hold on. Ariel Pink's gonna come back. Yeah, so there's the bad signal. Sometimes it disappears. Ariel is on the move. But while we have this gap, I just want to remind all the people who are watching this, subscribe to breaktherules.tv. Go there right now. Go to the YouTube, patreon.com/breaktherules. We are going to get Ariel back. Don't you worry. We are going to figure out exactly what is going on here. Ariel, I'm going to see where you are. But also, Gio, quickly, tell us your birthday plans. Save the stream while I'm finding Ariel.
Oh, nothing much. Just, you know, getting together, I guess. You know, friends and family friends come over and stuff, and that's pretty much it. But I find it interesting, like, just about what Ariel is doing. Someone in the chat, I wanted to ask him this. Patrick Foley, any relation to Mick Foley? No. Ariel could have become, if he violated his principles and approached his craft more pragmatically by selling out. I think, like, people always say, like, if the artwork could become more polished, I don't know if that, but then again, it's like, in some ways, like, poptimism is always like a mixed bag of, like, whatever is popular. Like, pop music is always going to have maybe, like, a very limited shelf life, then something else will come along. But when something that by definition can't last forever has a staying power, I think that's very special and unique. But the music industry, I also wanted to ask him about just the way, because it seems like the way he approaches music is like album length, and how the album is almost dead now in some ways, at least for Zoomers. So that's a very interesting point. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Yes. Good. Now you have the opportunity to ask. So for those who don't see Ariel on the screen.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem.
Oh, no problem.
Just connect the camera again, because Zoom, like I said before, it's got this weird thing where it doesn't show people unless they turn the camera on. So, yes.
There we go. Oh, hold on. We're getting there. All right. There we go.
Excellent. No problem at all. So, Gio, you have the question about the CD, right?
Oh, well, someone asked in the chat if if you could have achieved, like, I would say, the heights of the top of indie music if you would have polished your art and you would have like made things more streamlined. But I think that's probably defeating the point, because it seems that you approach like the one-man band thing. It has to be approached very intuitively. But also I wanted to ask about the nature of music itself, because it seems that your music is very much album length, and people are saying the album is almost dead now among Zoomers, like among younger people.
Well, yeah, I mean, the whole thing was planned obsolescence, you know, like, I mean, like it was never supposed to, it was kind of like trying to do something that was just, you know, intentionally obsolete, you know. I mean, ironically, it has legs, and it's actually been very influential, which was just a total unexpected surprise. But really, it's kind of had its moment too. So it's kind of like already done. But so I'm back where I started in terms of being irrelevant, and it's not really supposed to be. It was never supposed to be a recipe for success, so to speak. It was like it was more to that point that I was talking about. Like, you know, it was more like a sort of like a self-sabotage kind of thing. You know, getting into music in the first place was never going to see mainstream success. I mean, that was just never in the cards. But whatever success I did have was definitely a strange twist of fate, you know. But at the same time, but like I was saying before, like it was it is hopeless. It's like, you know, like, I mean, to get back to what I was saying before, like there's nothing to look forward to. There's nothing that it was always better in the past. Whatever a person experiences in their life is all the good like already happened, and like you've already experienced paradise. And this idea that you have that we're working towards a utopia or is really just, it's misguided. It's because we put so much on hope that we basically fool ourselves into just completely into believing that like things get better. I mean, they don't. You die. You know, you're gonna grow old. Things are just gonna get worse, man. You're gonna just, even if there's, you know, good societal changes, you're not going to be around to even experience them. They're going to leave you behind. I mean, there's nothing to look forward to. It's already, all the greatness has already happened, and the takeaway for me is more that this moment is the best it's ever going to get. This is as good as it gets at this moment, and we need to appreciate this moment as if it was, you know, because your whole life is just going to pass you by, and you're going to have never appreciated this moment the entire time. You're just going to be always looking forward, always looking into the future, always you know, basically not appreciating what you had until it was gone.
There is, though, there may be a counter to this. Not a full counter, but it may be that the challenges that we get presented in this life, assuming there is either some, and there may not, but assuming there is some either afterlife or reincarnation, there may be still something to what were you able to do? What were you able to do with the time that you had when you were this embodied human being? And there may be something to the idea that every time we go back here, if we did come from somewhere else, every time we go back here, we do train our consciousness. We get more, you know, we get more of an awareness of what is going on, and in that we acquire more of a responsibility over being able to create. Like my concern with the outlook that everything great happened before was maybe it was a paradise of sorts, but how aware were we of the paradise? How much were we just little kids who didn't appreciate it?
It only exists in our memory, and so that's the point. Is that it's a fantasy land, and I mean, I guess it comes down to whatever spiritual practice you subscribe to, and I mean, I don't really think about reincarnation all that much, but I don't really think about you know, death as the end either. I mean, I don't really think it exists in a weird way. You know, it's we don't get to experience it or something like that. But I think it's really just, if life is what you make it, you know, maybe it matters how you approach it, and maybe death is kind of the same way. I mean, like maybe what you think in this life really does have an impact on where you go.
Well, either nothing matters or everything matters, right? I don't see there being, you know, something in between those two.
Right. I mean, I think in a sense we're stuck in this monad of immortality or something like that. You know, like we really don't ever get to experience not existing in that sense. Although we get glimpses of it every night, you know, when we go to sleep or something like that. But
so then what is the responsibility, though, or the role of the artist in this present condition, though, that we find ourselves in? Is it to find something that could probably reach into eternity, or at least the foolish hope of reaching into something greater than ourselves? Or even if things are erased, like, what motivates you to do what you do nowadays? Although I don't know, because you seem to talk about in the sort of past tense, because I don't know, it's a part of me wants to like make all of your critics wrong by you marching forward with your music.
No, fuck
a lot of people
those
are saying,
critics.
like, you know, he's done now, he's canceled.
No, I just want to say one thing real quick,
yeah,
Ariel.
go ahead, Lev. Sorry,
when I was reading a lot of those excerpts about, you know, the whole January thing and you with the hotel room and all of that, the language that those people were using to describe you was like they were 13-year-old girls. And no offense to 13-year-old girls, but those people who write about this stuff, they seem to just have such a lowbrow view of, you know, just of their own mind. The way that they function just seems to be incredibly lowbrow. There's no nuance about it. It's just, this is not something that I see staying for a long time. I think like something like that, it's just so base, not based and not red-pilled either, but it's so base. You know, there's
what
there's
determines
nothing there.
What ends an artist?
Basic, exactly.
Yeah, basic. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I think that they're engaged in a much more, in a bigger war. You know, I mean, like I think having a civil and healthy discourse is you know, the last thing they want to do, because they would lose in that realm. So they, you know, having an intelligent, measured conversation, you know, like weighing the arguments, you know, actually like listening to people and like, you know, maybe like giving them the benefit of the doubt, or, you know, thinking in nuance and all that stuff is really, it's counterproductive for their ends. You know, when you're trying to overturn capitalism, I mean, that's, you're not going to fight that battle by doing it fairly or whatever, you know. I mean, but
do you think like there's a lot of like cope and seethe, like people are mentioning in the chat, you know who, Fantano, although I replaced the N with the G, people that like really like grew up and loved you, and they're like, oh my God, I can't believe he's an evil fascist now. Do you feel like, I know this is a stupid question and it's obviously bullshit, but like, do you feel like there's a responsibility that the artist has towards their audience, or is that just crap? Like, do you see people that are like, oh, I really loved you, but then you became this?
I mean, I just, it's not a responsibility to my art, to my audience. It's a responsibility to me, you know. I mean, I feel like I would be, you know, it would be just like, you know, like turning my mother in, you know, to the police, to like basically like, you know, just go back on everything that I've got a history of saying all sorts of ridiculous things.
Yeah.
I mean, what are they gonna, you know, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna be like, I didn't mean it. You know, I mean, it's like
no, that makes it worse. That makes them attack even more.
I mean, it's just, but it's also just kind of like I can't really live with myself and say that stuff. I mean, obviously, like things I didn't mean. But for me, again, it's like it's really the way that I saw it, the way that I saw my role and what I was doing. I mean, when I had interviews for the past 20 years, you know, that wasn't part of my art. That was just essentially me trying to answer questions, and it was boring. It was a tedious chore, and especially when people just basically ask you the same questions that they read somewhere else.
Yeah.
And they already know the answers to. They just basically want to hear you say it again for their interview. You know, it's just like it's obnoxious. So I just basically was finding a way to make it interesting for myself, and really just trying to railroad them with whatever was on my mind, you know, stream of consciousness, so that they couldn't get a word in edgewise.
Nice.
So, but again, you know, that is part of my art ultimately, because
yes, yeah,
it's all part of it. I mean, like I just have to represent myself in a raw sense, and that's the way that I've been able to get anywhere in my life, has been just following my intuition, just doing things the way that I think that they should be done, and not listening to anybody else. So, for better, for worse, you know. And I'm sure I reveal a lot more than I should, and it gets me into trouble. But I do see myself as being, you know, that is a responsibility of sorts, and if people don't, if everything's just supposed to be some sort of conscious, artificial kind of facade of how somebody wants to present themselves, you know, like you know, to the world, and I mean, then I've done a terrible job. Then I don't have control of my image anymore. You know, it's like it's for better, for worse. It's been disgraced, and it was pretty. First time I got, like, you know, a bit of recognition, it was at that moment it was over, man. It was just over. You know, even photographs that people share online, it's all out of my hands now. I mean, I used to have, you know, a very, very tight grip on my image before anybody knew who I was. But then it just, you know, it spirals out of your control, and before you know it, you're the godfather of chillwave, and and, you know, and all these things that you just never even considered, or would never even, that insult your intelligence, and you have all these embarrassing interviews online where you just, you know.
That one guy
rambling.
With the Zoomer perm, that really pissed me off, because he apparently, they were going to can it, you said, and they fucking put it out anyways, like, just to disgrace you. Like, that's such low.
Guy. Oh,
yeah,
God,
the Zoomer perm guy.
No, I mean that was the kind of, that was but it was very, very manipulative. It was extremely disingenuous, and you know, they were going to can it, and then they juxtaposed the footage of the Capitol behind me while I'm saying all this stuff that, like, you know, really had already, you know, you weren't even allowed to question the elections, you know, within a month afterwards. So but it was, the interview itself was conducted, like, you know, days after the election, so it was still fresh enough that, you know, you could question the outcome. But anyway, it was just the way that they came out with it after the events at the Capitol just shows you, I mean, just the total depravity of the left. I would say the left.
Mm-hmm. Well, by the way, speaking of the Capitol, I want to do a shout out to Alex Lee Moyer, who just Instagrammed out a story saying that she's really enjoying this interview right now.
We should have her on.
Absolutely, we should.
Now that I fell out with a certain person on Twitter, we should have her on even more.
That should be a lot of fun.
But what I want to say. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I just, for one thing, you guys got to see her documentary on Alex Jones. So good.
Oh man! Wow.
And funny thing, because I posted on my Instagram, I posted, like, you know, some, you know, a shot of the I guess of the the cover or the trailer or the screen grab of the Alex Jones thing, and I didn't say anything about it, but it really, it brings out the nuts, man. Like it's instantly people just automatically assume that I'm pro Alex Jones, everything, blah blah blah. It has nothing to do with the fact that, like, you know, I mean, nowadays it's like you're just for saying, if you're a writer and you write about, you know, racism, it's like automatically you're racist. It's anti discourse. It's real devolution. But I think that, like, that that's not really the case. It's really just that there are certain bad actors, and there's certain people that are in power, that are a few people that are in power that are just moving the chips a little bit in little ways, you know, making sure that, like, you know, that they change the railroad tracks are going that way instead of that way. And they just have to just basically twist the dial a tiny bit. They don't even nobody will notice, you know, and then the rest just basically is everything else is done by the people, basically unknowingly. Basically they're making everybody an apologist for some very, very criminal, for some very bad eggs. That's all.
Oh, I mean, totally, especially the last 2 years.
Yeah. Well, specifically also, if we're talking about California, if we're talking about Los Angeles, there is this whole, and I don't know how in touch you were with the generation of people who came from the 60s. If we're talking about things like Laurel Canyon, for instance, all those LSD experiments that were going on.
Oh, that's deep dive right there.
Yes, as well as a lot of the rock musicians being the children of a lot of the military people.
CIA,
yeah. So I'm curious, like
Jim Morrison, was one of them.
But was there also any personal connection as far as the torch being passed in a certain way, like from one generation to your generation, as far as certain knowledge of things that went down back then?
Well, yeah, I think that, I kind of explored, you know, the whole, there's one of my records was dedicated to Bobby Jameson, and he was very much a part of, not many people know about him, but he was very much just part of that whole time and era, and he was raised, you know, on the Sunset Strip, you know, or like, you know, around Glendale, the same areas that I've been living in and frequenting my whole life, and a lot of the same players, a lot of the same actors, a lot of the same people. And his story is kind of tragic because you know, he sort of never made it. He was sort of a has-been before he ever was, you know. He sort of was poised to make it for a second, but the 60s sort of hit him a little bit sooner than than everybody else. It's sort of like, you know, went straight to Helter Skelter. There was no Summer of Love, you know, beforehand. You know? So it's sort of like, you know, his entire experience of the 60s was colored in this negative way from the get-go, basically. You know, Tony Alamo was part of that. Tony Alamo was his manager, and Tony Alamo, you know, became well more of a, you know, much more of a household name than Bobby ever got. But he, you know, in a terrible way. I mean, he was a cult leader, and he was, you know, he ended up going to jail for pedophilia, you know, like for 182 years. He outlived Bobby by a couple of years. It's a really, really weird story, but the way that Bobby himself recalls it and blogged about it, he really, you know, he was thought dead for 30 years. I mean, nobody had heard of it. Everybody that was in the industry remembered Bobby as sort of this tragic figure. They thought that he was dead, and then he just sort of like showed up online to sort of to tell the story in the early 2000s, and it was very it was like he's the real. I mean, I read his blog and I was really inspired by it. It was, but because of the fact that, like, all the same, you know, like he was dealing with Herb Cohen. I was dealing with Evan Cohen. You know, it was like, you know, these are family lines now that basically have stayed in the industry now. And so lots of stuff like that, like, you know, just like the same cast of characters, same industry, same laws, same weird kind of idiosyncratic business, unusual in the Hollywood sense, that you only get here and not anywhere else.
Well, that's the thing. You grew up in the heart of basically not just America, but the world's culture industry around Hollywood, California. And that's like
right.
A lot of the fact that it's a staggeringly small amount of people that are determining the cultural output in music and film and elsewhere around the world. I mean, that's kind of like, for instance, the hippies that went through the Synodon terrible behavioral school, they ended up in Silicon Valley, and then of course the Californian ideology. Well,
we could go even before that. We can go to somebody like Jack Parsons, for instance, and Aleister Crowley. So Jack Parsons was the disciple of Crowley's, and then Jack Parsons ended up getting cucked by the Scientology guy.
L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah, L. Ron Hubbard, exactly. So it is very interesting just how all these various relationships formed at these various times in this place. Do you view also there being something almost like a sacrificial altar? You know, not literal. Not literal, but
we don't know about that,
metaphorical. Metaphorical, as in people go to this place, they sacrifice their youth, they sacrifice all this time in order to get famous, and it just kind of sucks them dry. Like some it propels up, but do you notice there being that kind of energy as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's something very Oedipal or something like that, or mythic, you know, sort of like there's something very, very interesting about the trajectory of history and stuff like that, because on the one hand, you have, you know, the West Coast is basically the youngest part of this country. So LA has been around for about 100 years, plus a couple decades. But that's, you know, it is old by today's standards, but really by the country standards, it's actually the youngest. And so it's interesting that, like, you know, that we would be on the forefront of what the rest of the world, you know, the course of the rest of the world is. You know, I mean, like, we sort of, like, whatever happens here sort of happens
elsewhere.
It happens everywhere else, you know, like in 10 years time or whatever. It's sort of like there's kind of like nowhere else to go after you go as far west as you can go, and then we're like pretty much at the ends of the earth, and then so it has double black on itself. The influence of this gets broadcast everywhere else, and it's sort of it's maintained its sort of vice grip on influence and culture for the good, you know, 100 years or so. I mean, in a different way than, like, say, something like New York, you know, the art world, for instance, and New York sort of has like this sort of mythical, it's like the capital of the, you know, culture in the United States, and but it's like a real city. I mean, like, Los Angeles, it's really just a fake city. It's like just the entertainment industry.
Well, it's interesting, though, that when you think of Hollywood, holly, that's from the holly tree, which was used by the, what do you call it, used by those, you know, the nature priests, the Druids. It was used by the Druids to make the magic wands. So when you're talking about movie magic wands, the holly tree, Hollywood, it is interesting to think about what are some metaphysical possible realities that are going on in the actual environments that people visit. Whether there are certain traditions that we embrace by being in a certain environment that we may not even be aware of, kind of like the people who live around, Washington, not Washington, D.C., I mean, that's a whole other thing, but Washington State, how they live around the Cascade Mountains. There was a conversation I had with a friend of mine about, like, the spirits.
Deny our influence. When you have like Ronald Reagan as president, you know, here's an actor.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, the influence of Hollywood on the country and on itself is like, so it cannot be spoken about enough. Cannot be, like, I mean, it's the media is Hollywood embodies the media. You know, it embodies the absolute the just how intensely the media plays into everything that
the fabulation of reality.
Yeah, exactly. So,
but at the same time that we have that, we also have very beautiful and wonderful things that Hollywood created, as far as movies that still stay with us today, or even in modern days, like you were talking about Coens. Well, there's another group of Coens. There's the Coen brothers, who I think were responsible for a lot of my favorite movies. So you have different examples of people doing both good and bad things within any given medium. So I wouldn't necessarily say that.
I think that the thing is that, like, you know, the United States, from what I can tell, was engaged in a bigger war that it doesn't really want to acknowledge half the time, and hasn't been acknowledging this entire time.
Yeah.
It really, it whether they admitted it or not, the Cold War never really ended. You know, so this sort of like a period of sort of all these liberties and all these sort of these things that we see now, looking in hindsight, as being sort of corruptive in a weird way. I mean, I don't know if we see them that way, but I mean, I got a lot of the sort of the checklist of conservative talking points. You know what I'm saying? I think that, like, they're pretty. You can make a very good case about all of them. I mean, I think it's pretty easy to see that, like, you know, there's been a chipping away at all values from the left, and it's kind of gone crazy. But I mean, also, I mean, not that the conservatives had much going for them anyway. Up until
that's true.
I mean, it's like, you know, neocons are not there's nothing to be proud of, I guess.
Well, that's being,
if they went with the paleos, if they went with Pat Buchanan back in the day, that we would have been in a much better situation, in my opinion, than like the George Bush regime. Like, that's.
But even then, you know, I'm one to say that, you know, like, I was very fond of Richard Nixon as a president.
Based.
I thought that he was really good because of the fact that he opened up trade relationships with China and all this kind of stuff, and now, you know, like, I can see exactly the folly of that. You know, I mean, it's just too stark to ignore.
Yeah.
And so.
And a lot of that was also Kissinger as well. I think Kissinger was responsible for that relationship with China, where we could have gone another way, maybe.
Yeah, but I also think that, like, you know, like, it's really just I think that like I think it's all a shit sandwich. You know, like, I think it's like everything is bad. So, like, I think that like there's no, like, the presidents are responsible for the decisions that the president makes are so consequential and so determinative or whatever. Like, they're so that they basically, even if they're, like, you know, doing the most charitable thing in the short term, they just basically have ripple effects that basically we cannot imagine what the long-term effects are going to be. And they really have a very, very, very big, they're all big deals. Like, they're all, none of it's just kind of like benign, you know? So in a sense, we do appreciate that because we swap out presidents every 4 or 8 years, you know. But we don't want to. We know that like no president can really do anything but really cause lots of damage, even at their most peaceful and benevolent.
Well, there was Calvin Coolidge. Calvin Coolidge just kind of hung around, didn't do
because he did nothing.
Yeah, that's why he's such a great president.
Well, I mean, but, you know, in a sense, it's kind of like, you know, that's what I thought. That's why I never voted before this last election. I was pro US, you know, as long as, like, there's a babysitter that was, like, hanging out in the White House, I was pro them, you know. Like, I didn't have anything against Obama or the Clintons or Bush. I was happy to call them my president. I didn't really care as long as there was somebody there. Just, you know, I see, as, you know, George Bush's 9/11 sort of being like this sort of like this overreaction to being invaded on our on our land, and so you have this idiot, this 4-year-old who doesn't know the controls of his car or his cockpit, and he's basically like just like what was that? He's just like shooting all over the place. You can't really his overreaction.
Unless that was also an act, but who knows?
Well, there are people behind the scenes that had to invade.
I think stupidity is baked into the whole thing. Like that's why you don't want somebody to know what they're doing. We don't want to have it's almost like that's like the best strategy against these despotic dictators that stay in other countries. Like the longer that Putin stays around, the more that he knows that he knows how things go, and he basically can take advantage of that. But if he's fighting against a 4-year-old,
you don't know what's going to happen.
You can't argue with a 4-year-old. You can't argue with somebody that doesn't have any idea or any experience prior to he doesn't have any knowledge about what's going on in their own country, much less the rest of the world. It's a strategic thing. It's like stupidity is really what's baked into like the whole political system, so that nobody really knows and nobody can really know, and so that it can change as well. But I think it's all been sort of we used it as a weapon to sort of make ourselves revolution proof. And
I don't see that as a bad thing, but there is a thing that have been getting a lot from the much more reactionary elements online, which is they're pretty much ready for a dictator. They're pretty much ready for there to be an actual fascist regime because they think this is the only way to get rid of the problems. But I have this question for you in relation to that.
500 names, Lev. The 500 names.
So here it is. So here's my big question. Are we as much individuals this is from the Discord, by the way, that I wrote. Are we as much individuals on the whole or a mix of nature and nurture? What can be done to maintain freedom to do your own thing while still maintaining a kind of culture that would keep people who are easily led by their lower animal natures to aim for something higher? That seems to be like the big problem right now. How do we balance this out?
Hey, man. I personally think that all this stuff about I mean, if there's any choice in it at this point, it's very little. I mean, we're being smushed. We're being completely stepped on and trampled on, and all of our all the things that we were raised with, all the values are being overturned. So that there's already been behind the scenes that deal that was already brokered, and now they're just sort of trying to figure out a way to sort of usher it in so that it's so that there's as little pushback as possible. But basically, I mean, there was a deal that was brokered. I mean, I think it's as simple as this. It's whatever we thought we had as a value system, and whatever the whole idea of freedom and liberty and all this kind of stuff, and freedom of speech in particular, those things they were good while we were the leader of the free world, while we were leading the world. That those were values that everybody was every country would be smart to adopt, essentially, because they would get our help, essentially. And now that we're in the process of being demoted or being kicked down a notch, not being in the number one spot, that value is being trampled on, and we're still kind of clinging on to it here, but that decision has already been made behind the scenes so now we're not in the number one spot. So now what you have is you have somebody else in the number one spot. I'm not going to venture to say who it is. You can come up with your own explanation. It might not even be a country, but I'm just saying it's like whoever's in the number one spot, basically every country will conform to whatever that is, just like they have been conforming to us up until now. So, because it's kind of like the whole sustainability thing, it's like the sustainability, the ESG kind of scores and all that kind of stuff. I don't know, you've heard about that, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
You're talking about like the Great Reset, like all those, all those
I mean,
people.
I'm talking about, those are basically those are plans that are being drafted and implemented with another with another power structure in mind. I mean, you can't completely like overturn rule of law and like and freedom of speech and all these things without sort of like having a bigger power that's sort of just like behind everything, pushing it in that way, and basically making it conform to it. So you have all these corrupt politicians, and you have this corrupt system that's been in place since time immemorial in the United States, but like it never really mattered in the past. Now it matters because they're all just bending over to this different system, and this system is closer, looks a lot like China, right? I mean, it looks a lot like it's communism and all that kind of stuff. So that's probably because we have been behind the scenes. We have been knocked down. We're not the number one. It's been decided that we're not the leader of the world anymore. Now the whole world will conform to the image of China, and or to communism, and that will be the end of it. I mean, like we were the only example of the free market. We were the only free market in the world. So that's gone the way of the dodos. And so now there's a total overturning of all the values that we were raised with, and my generation is in the process of being sifted out of existence and snuffed out and silenced and all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of how I think about it. And
well,
of course,
I come from up north here where we have no inherent values in Canada. So do you think that America will become like Canada, sort of like what Trudeau called a post-national country, where American America itself will no longer have a distinctiveness among the world? It will be like a bedroom/business.
No, it will be no, it'll probably be worse than like any other country, actually. But yeah, like, I mean, like all these other socialist nations that we actually, kind of think are have a better track record with human rights, for instance, or like places in Europe or something like that. Or I don't know. Not that they have a good track record. I'm just saying the people need to like realize that, like, they didn't become socialist of their own free will. Exactly.
Yes.
It's like every other country, like pretty much the past 100 years has experienced revolution and war or conquest or something like that, and that basically adopted socialist governments and all that against their own will. So
what are you talking about? Ariel? I mean, I thought communist revolution, that was for the people. That's what the people.
It's the only option after you've been decimated, man. Like,
exactly, yeah.
By the way, Ariel, the chat probably knows this, but you don't. I'm originally from Russia, from the USSR. I was still born there when it was the USSR. So a lot of the things that you may be predicting are going to happen here, this is what my family and their friends went through as well. The one thing that I would say to counter that, at least from my perspective, would be when we're looking at Pitchfork or any of these magazines that write all these things about you, I see, like I said before, I see like a 13-year-old girl mentality there, as I see it in a lot of people who are propping themselves up to be these so-called leaders. So I see a lot of spiritual weakness in these people, and if they're talking about like China's going to be the next whatever, China's like a more or less an agrarian economy still, full of so many poor people. So it looks like a lot of these examples that they're bringing up, like this is the future, they're bringing up very pathetic replacements for whatever we had.
It's not going to be. There's not going to be. It's more like a final realization to the communist manifesto, man. I mean, like it's been a long time coming, okay, and so we couldn't go full on communist until every nation became socialist first, and we were like right in the way of that realization, and that's what we have represented to the rest of the world. I mean, I think that we also we've been like the sort of like escape hatch for all these other countries. I mean, people have been able to prosper as long as like the United States has been around to sort of like undermine these regimes, and if they're intelligent, they sort of like have sort of gone along with it reluctantly. But there's been a very, very persistent force behind everything that is still beholden to the Communist Manifesto. Not that it really spells everything out.
Yeah, but that force that you're talking about, the Communist Manifesto, I see them as I saw the USSR as being very parasitic in nature, where within that society, everybody stole from everybody else. So if you were working in a goods store where you had supplies, you'd steal half of the supplies. And I think that the reason why it's important to keep that in mind is because the USSR was a superpower. It had its own colonies, it had all this stuff, yet it still relied on American assistance from intellectuals, from people like Ernest Hemingway, if we're talking about like back during the Stalinist times. It relied on American ingenuity to be what it was. And I think that without that spirit, it's going to die. It's just going to die within itself. It's just going to Ouroboros itself out of existence.
Like even worse than that. I mean, the goal is total annihilation. I mean, no more countries. No more countries. No more differences. No more individual differences. It's about muting out humanity in total. I mean, it's like about literally like ushering in this kind of like this Wall-E world that where everybody's basically just like a chattel, and they're being like harvested for their blood to make bricks on Mars. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just.
But they're not going to get to Mars. That's my counter. No. But it'll collapse on itself.
It's about domination. But I know. But it's not like it's really what these rich guys, these people on the West Coast, the 5 richest people on the planet who play video games. It's their lack of vision that sort of like propels this thing forward. It's their hubris, and it's also their passivity. You know what I'm saying? This is all about people not acting. That like cancel culture and all that kind of stuff is really just it's not like imposed. It's basically upheld by virtue of that there's nobody putting a gun to anybody's head telling them that they have to cancel me, but I'm canceled every single day that nobody uncancels me. You know what I'm saying?
But in a way,
everybody takes part in it in their own way, or doesn't take part in it to the degree that that they make it their own fight, and they basically feel that they have a voice at all. So it's, I mean, eventually there's going to be there is like a resistance, but it's very hard to be it's very hard to push back against it. I mean, I think that who's canceling me? Does it even exist? No, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist at all. But it exists to the degree that people think that I'm canceled. So the industry basically just goes in lockstep with whatever everybody else thinks, and so it really doesn't behoove the system or the media to really to be responsible with its reporting. It can basically just create marks and targets, and basically do that completely arbitrarily whenever it wants to silence somebody, and people will just believe that that's what it is, and it's they'll do it whether they believe in it or not. It's that you're canceled. They can't do anything about it, even if they want to. That's the attitude. That's the mentality. It's already
But
slavish.
that system, I see that system as being the Goliath, and I see somebody like you being a David, if we were to use this analogy.
Thank you.
Where you don't need a lot of this brawn of this current mainstream, quote unquote mainstream system that we have, because Goliath, being a Philistine and being somebody of the race of the Nephilim, he was already kind of brain dead by now. He wasn't able to keep up with the times. So David was smart enough among, people like Goliath to just have the slingshot go into the forehead. And I think that's an analogy for being able to use your inner spirit and to use your intelligence in a sea of people who are overeducated, because we have a lot of people who are educated, and I was saying in an earlier stream that I think a lot of people in the media in Hollywood, what they have in common, for all the fascists who are listening to this thing, for the thing that they all have in common is that they're not smart, they're educated. And the fact that they're educated is also going to make them spiritually weak for people like you.
Wait, what are you talking about, Lev?
And also people like Napoleon Bonaparte. So, for example, you had somebody like Napoleon who started reading tons of books when he was a teenager. And today, what do we have? We have LibGen. We have the ability to read so much things that have been passed down. We have the Library of Alexandria in our fingertips. Yet most people just go on TikTok. Most people just waste their time away when they could just be absorbing the wisdom of all the ages and figure a way out of this predicament.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's. I mean, for what it's worth, I mean, I definitely feel like I'm at odds permanently with the current order, and there's no way I'm ever going to get behind or ever be in support of the thing. I've gone for broke, so I mean,
oh, yeah.
I'll never be okay with this situation right now that we're in. I mean, I'm always going to be fully going to be against it. I was against it before, and like I said, I mean, I started off irrelevant. It was my protest, and it sort of got co-opted in a sense, which is a very alluring twist of fate, and all that kind of stuff. But I was never beholden to that. I never did it for the attention. I never did it for the glory per se. So it's very ironic and all that kind of stuff. But I think that I do have to sort of hold on to things that have that disappeared, and I was paying attention at a long time. I was paying attention to the movement and history and stuff like that for all my life, and so I just I'm not going to be brainless and just kind of bend to it because it's going to be I don't know, until they put me in the gulag. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Well, you said something. Oh, sorry, did I cut you off?
So sorry.
Oh, I hope I didn't cut you off.
No, you didn't.
You said something that was very fascinating a few minutes ago in the stream, and it reminds me of when you were on the Contain podcast with a good friend of ours, Barrett, a good friend of mine, a friend of the show, about how every aspect of who you are is integral to your sum total work of art. Oh, shit. Oh, no.
Don't worry. He's going to be back. This has happened before.
Yeah.
Patreon.com/breaktherules. Listen, guys, if you are
let's chat troll for a minute.
If you are enjoying this conversation right now, and if you want to support Break the Rules, if you only know Ariel Pink and have no idea what Break the Rules is, Break the Rules is basically my mission to bring people together who may have nothing to do with each other at all. For example, Gio is much more authoritarian than me, but it is very important for me to have
conversations. It's a bad thing.
For me to have conversations.
Listen, for those in the chat, I would love to get Red Scare on, but a certain someone doesn't like them.
No, I'm not gonna. No, here's the thing. I think that they're very smart girls, but there are other things that I don't want to talk about right now in this
Lev,
space.
please, you have to get over this thing of where you don't like someone.
No.
Bring them on the show.
No, it's not about Gio.
As for the Keith Woods thing, it's a mutual thing. Keith has told me explicitly,
No, it's
Never
not
mind.
mutual.
He doesn't want to come
First
on
of
the
all,
show because
no. First of all, it is not mutual. I would welcome Keith on, but I would want to have somebody else on there that would counter him. Just because I'm the host, I can't always be on the defense whenever a lot of these things are brought up. There has to be
I know.
Gio.
Listen,
There has to be somebody in my court. Do you understand what I'm saying? There has to be somebody in my court.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that it's out of our reach because, well, never. You can guess why Keith wouldn't want to come on, but anyways,
yeah, but ball's in his court. Keith, if you're listening to this, I have no problem with you coming on Break the Rules. But I do want to say though, regarding regarding Red Scare,
we have to get on. Come on, bro.
Listen,
we have to get in.
Gio, please hold on. This has absolutely nothing to do with either their personality or their intelligence. I think they're very smart and very charming young women. It's purely a political thing. So that's the only thing I'm going to say as far as certain loyalties to certain countries, allegedly. I'm not going to get into it right now. But again, that's pretty much the only reason. It would be, I'll tell you, it would be like having Jane Fonda on after she went to the North Vietnamese. That's how I would describe it.
To you, Lev. To you.
To me, yes. Well, I run the show. What do you want me to say? Anyway.
I'm just saying it would be gangbangers in terms of viewership.
Yeah, well, we don't live in the perfect world. So anyway, patreon.com/break
Lev,
the
I'm
rules.
just saying you have to get over this. I'm just...
No, it's
certain people.
No, it's a political thing. It's not a matter of getting over it. But patreon.com/break the rules. Go there, become a patron. We're going to have a private stream with Gio and his father talking about a certain country. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. We are also going to have other Patreon-only streams, so if you become a patron, you're going to be privy to that. Plus, you're going to have access to any of our public streams as well, coming on, as a guest, things of that nature. And you are also going to get MP3 episodes after they come out, before they come out to anybody else. $20 patronage, and we recently got a $20 patron. $20 patronage is going to give you a beautiful magnet created by my father, Alexander Polyakov. The magnets are very beautiful. They are fine crafted wood carvings. I highly recommend you take a look at them. And $30 are going to give you a beautiful print from Giovanni Pennacchietti. In fact, I'm going to load both the magnets in the print so you guys could actually... I mean, we're not going to see it here, but...
Cyber Ninja Zero calling you out, Lev. Oh my god.
So, next... I mean, look, Private Ninja Zero could
Cyber
do whatever,
Ninja Zero.
Whatever. He could do whatever he wants, and that's A-okay with me. I wish him and his culture the very best in the future. I hope everything works out. Anyway, Ariel is coming back into the stream over here, and we are going to get
just
to Super
you're
Chats.
biased against Middle Easterners. That's what it is, Lev.
What are you talking about? I love Middle Easterners. For example, one of our great subscribers, Finsimist, he was originally from Saudi Arabia, and he is living right now in in Egypt. And he is very different from somebody like Cyber Ninja. He actually has an open mind. But anyway.
Oh, don't insult one of our regular viewers like that, Love. Come on. I know.
I don't
Cyber Ninja.
anymore.
He does break my balls in my YouTube channel, Generate Productions at YouTube.com. But
I don't care anymore. Anyway, Ariel, you are back. We are going to be going into Super Chats right now. And
what I wanted to say before you left,
Yeah.
I wanted to say that what you were talking about with Barrett, and I think Barrett, he had a great point about how the artist nowadays has to be a total package in terms of their words, their music, their output, their aesthetic. And I think, like, when I see your work, you are inseparable in all aspects. There is an integrated whole there. But it seems that, like, nowadays where everything is very much like, especially poptimism is like kind of accelerating its ability to burn through artists like nothing ever before. Do you think that the artist is going to be like a total package thing? It has to be like polyvocal. There has to be podcasting and visuals and music, or do you feel that, like, is it the only way to counteract what you're talking about in terms of like the global culture industry and the politics of the day, like being your total
I don't know.
outsider?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think that, like, I think it's done, man. Like, I think that I think it's done. I mean, I don't think that, I think that it's, they killed art. They killed it. They this generation killed it. I mean, that's
man.
I don't, I mean, I blame my generation for letting it happen, but there is a cause and effect result of all this stuff. I mean, I think that there was that the younger generations are misguided, and that's because my generation, which is not the younger generation, even though you might think it is. I just think that there's a void that they don't have anybody that they can follow in the footsteps of. So they're basically forging their own path forward, and without any kind of any real models to sort of look up to. And so that's what Generation X apathy did. That's what we did. We were just kind of like, oh yeah, if you don't like it, that's your choice. That's it's your funeral. You go ahead. It's like yeah, you didn't choose to have kids, but like that doesn't mean that you can't. You have to be a parent. You have to. Everybody has to sort of like school everybody in this game, and elders have pretty much lost the plot. They're like not even talking to their grandkids. There's no dialogue between the generations. There's a void in my generation. We just don't even. We're sort of in between worlds, but we don't really. We're losing. I saw a lot of my old friends. They just basically they might have had good values. They were smart people that I looked up to and considered myself, honored to be in the presence of, and who I thought, were like, had the right idea and all that kind of stuff. And then in a very short period of time, that's all been sort of erased. I mean, like they really just sort of took to the social media thing, and it really stripped them of all their, all the sort of, all the things that, the qualities that we were raised with, that sort of meant something, like friendship and stuff like that, loyalty and all that kind of stuff. Like all that stuff is really, it had a value. It had use. It had its uses. It kept people sane. It keeps you sane to know that you have the same three friends that you can always call on, no matter how far away that, no matter how much time has passed since you've spoken to them, and it's kind of grounds you. So those things were like, things that we heard in stories, and that and throughout history were very, very important, and kept kept you grounded, I guess. And now that those things are not necessary anymore, friendship is not necessary anymore, loyalty is not necessary anymore, people feel special. That's the feeling of being special and being seen and all that kind of stuff is provided by the follower counts, and that's the most important thing. And my generation quickly succumbed to it. I mean, they're no better than these younger kids who were raised with it and are much colder and clinical about it.
Well, man, that's amazing. The fact that the fact that you called out like Gen X apathy as being a huge cause of like the current predicament. I mean,
no, it is.
But if they don't have anything to grab onto, if we're talking about generations that are just programmed by the algorithm, so to speak, then have they in a way ceased to be humans? This reminds me of this saying by Nietzsche, talking about how there's going to be the overman, but then there's also going to be
the last man.
Yeah, the last man. And the last man eventually is just going to be replaced by robots because they've ceased to be humans. They will
become robotic, as Heidegger would say. They become inframed themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't understand how people can sleep at night. given the current state of things. I mean, not even with regards to me. I mean, I've got like a lot of. I'm surprised that people, people just don't want to. It gives them anxiety. Gives them too much anxiety, so they have to. They find any reason to not think about those things. And I've always been sort of like that person that's just like sort of like the turd in the punch bowl, party pooper. That they'll just like say something that like just people are just like, oh God, I don't want to think about that. And so,
you're mentioning grounding, and for me personally, like how I'm able to sleep at night and have really crazy dreams too is I really think my family, because I was with this for a long time, knock on wood, still longer. My grandma's with us, and I have a very Russian Jewish family, and we all stick together, and we're all really close. And my father is a great artist.
Oh, I forgot, I'm in a kosher sandwich right here.
Yes, exactly. Here is an example, by the way, Ariel. This is a piece of art that my father created. Let's see if I can make this bigger over here. So these are some magnets that the $20 patrons can get of made out of high quality wood, and you could see some of my father's nutcrackers and paintings over here in the bottom. And in fact, the background that I have behind me over here, those nutcrackers, my dad created them. So my dad. He was the one who really got me into art. And one actually final thing about art that I wanted to share as well in the chat, because I just created it. You know what's coming, Gio? You know what it is. This is, hold on. Here it is. It's loading and it's here. This is Musculls. Here he is. So this is a new surrealistic piece that I did for Super Rare. And I know that people, there are some people who aren't big fans of NFTs, but this is one way that people can support what I do, is they can purchase these artworks that I make. So this one's got a lot of all these various characters in there. A lot
very
of these...
Jew move of you. Very Jew move. Just to plug your thing right now, right in the middle of our conversation.
Oh, God.
On your own show. On your own show.
On my own show.
Might as well plug my print, Lev. Just pull up the video.
Yes, plug the print right now.
And it's also, and it looks an awful lot like not that this is. I don't mean this as a dig, but it like those flat architecture things that you were talking about earlier. Those
no!
Just got bodied.
But it's all cool. I mean, like cartoons are cool. I'm into that. Somewhat, a little bit.
Lev getting absolutely felted on his own stream.
No. So wait. So did you make those? Did you make those NFTs?
Yeah, he started off as an animator. He was part of Newgrounds. If you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
cool. I like that. That was really cool. It looked weird.
What
do you think of the? I really love the guy who kills it in the NFT world. What is it called? What was his name? It was like
Beeple.
Beeple. Yeah, Beeple. Yeah.
Oh, I don't.
You don't like
it? It's funny you like him, because he has this obsession with hating Trump. So it's funny you find him interesting.
Well, I'm just looking at the art, and I don't know anything about it. Of course, he hates Trump. I mean, he's like he's a kid. It's like
yeah.
I mean,
that's interesting.
Nobody's gonna like everybody hates their dad, and all that kind of stuff. If they're
I don't hate my dad. I think my dad's awesome. Here's more details, by the way.
That's why we're talking, man. I mean, but I'm just saying, it's like it's people think that they have to like the person in power. It's like no, dude. Like, you're supposed to hate that guy.
Yeah.
I mean, why do you want Bernie Sanders? That's just gonna you're gonna hate him after.
Bernie could have won.
Let him go, man. Let him. You don't want to like put somebody in a position where they get to ruin themselves in front of you and disgrace them like that. I mean, they're gonna get tough. They're gonna get. It is a sacrifice. It's like you somebody steps up to save us, and then they fail, and then we tear them down, and so the thing goes. It's like it's a ritual. So
do you think the Bernie thing was a psyop, though, just to like corral these like younger people into the Democrat Party, like the way?
I don't understand how I personally don't understand how he was able to even exist in politics for all this stuff. I mean, I guess I didn't appreciate politics as much in the past, so I didn't really know what was. A lot of these battles that I'm just waking up to have been diligently fought, for a long time, and I'm just starting to see that now. So in a sense, it's kind of like, okay, yeah. I mean, we let this guy in the room. So I mean,
yeah.
A long time ago. I mean, we should. But I mean, we let all of them in there. You know what I'm saying? We voted them in there. So it's really weird. It's to me, it's. I mean, I the way I see it. Not to. I don't mean to just go off on a tangent and not let you talk about your NFT, but I think that like the way I see it is that since everything's going like I said before, like everything's going to the left all the time, change is happening faster and all that kind of stuff, and so
yeah.
So change is progress. Let's call it progress. Progress for progress sake does not know how to restrain itself. But I think that like I just tweeted this yesterday. Like conservatives today are the Democrats 20 years ago. So
yeah, that's true.
it's really gets the whole thing gets dragged. That just to give you like an idea of like how crazy it's gotten is that like when I first started, there was nobody could ever accuse me of being a conservative at the time. It was I was only ever seen as probably more left than normal. I was probably gender bending and all that kind of stuff. And and so but there was nobody could ever accuse me of being conservative back then. Whereas I've lived long enough now in my career, 20 years, just to see it come full circle, and I'm on the far right now. So it's, and I haven't actually changed at all. I mean, the whole point is that like I've stayed true to my initial.
You pulled a Johnny Rotten in a lot of ways. Like that's kind of.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think a lot of us, when you grow up, you don't change as much. So it's something, it's like the old cliche about show me a Republican in their 20s, I'll show you somebody without a heart. Show me a Democrat in their 40s, then I'll show you somebody without a brain. It's kind of true. Maybe not in all, maybe not universal, but like definitely like in this country and this time it's definitely. But at this point I just see conservatives as putting on the brakes to progress gone amok. I mean, like that's all that we can possibly do and hope for at this point is just to kind of like not let the progressives sort of just completely progress out of relevance.
But while you're doing that, though, are you still going into your art and focusing on creating, regardless of what any of the jealous haters happen to think?
Yeah, of course. And I mean, it never really had. None of my songs have any political. There's nothing political about any of it. I mean, it's really just an exercise in doing my thing. I mean, I'm just.
Well, people were feverishly trying to find political meaning in your songs recently, but
they can find things that are offensive. That's for sure. I mean, and if that's politics, then I guess it is. I mean, but that's the point. Is that like I said these things as as a barometer for the health of the nation in a sense. I mean, I was happy being able to spout nonsense and to say things that like normally people wouldn't say if they wanted to keep their profile in good standing. But I also, that was a gauge for me. If I can make it, then like, anybody can, I mean, really, that's the point. And in a sense, I mean, the worst conservative in the world because I never did it for money, and I don't have any capitalistic inclinations. I've just I've eked out a living. I've so I still don't own a house. I never did it for the money, never did it for success. I just did it so that I could continue doing it, and that's been easy for me. So I mean, that for me was sort of like the American dream embodied for me. But I would never get in the way or want to get in the way of somebody being able to make it in this country. I would never say that that's a bad thing. I would never stop somebody from making $1 million gazillion dollars, whatever like that. I think that that's the best thing about this place.
Well,
Absolutely.
they criticized you viciously in that one interview for saying that, like, you're, you don't care about the 1%, you hate homeless people and you're a capitalist shill and so forth.
Yeah,
But
right.
you really do believe in still that classic American dream, from what I'm detecting,
I mean, I give all my stuff away, dude. Like I'm not like I'm not even trying to make it really. I mean, I failed at making it because look at what they're doing. I just think that like the of course there's greed. There's definitely greed, and there's greed run amok, and obviously that needs to be dealt with. Absolutely. It's just not like it's just the government is just the wrong vehicle to put to stop that, because it's woefully inept in that regard. I mean, it's like you know how the government works. There's not that many smart people there. I mean, it's you go to the DMV.
No.
It's the DMV. It's the DMV. So,
DMV occupied government. Yeah.
No, but that's what it is. I mean, the president is like, just like he's a 4-year-old who's like, in the fucking White House, and he's basically just learning all the shit, all the stuff that's like basically been that's classified that only the president knows. And then he gets he opens up the book when he first enters office, and he looks at the situation, and he's just like, oh my God, this is what the last guy did for us. Okay. Oh my God. And they're not given all the information, And so it's not really, we get into trouble when the government starts to try and impose restrictions on really smart people like Goldman Sachs and all these like really intelligent, brilliantly crafted, algorithmic, all these financial sort of, these financial tricks that basically, make the rich what they are, and how they get around things, and how they, you can't really have somebody that's dumber trying to like basically stop people from getting rich. It's just like it's not going to work out. We're gonna suffer because of that. But really, it's there's no cap on people. It doesn't. I just think that like like people are under this weird kind of it is kind of like the blockchain mentality that's like kind of like you have to there's only like a finite amount of wealth that's possible, and when the 1% is like richer than everybody else is that much poorer and all that kind of stuff, and that there is something to be said about that. There's something true about that, but I'd also think that like that's just not what you should be focusing on. You should be focusing on if you want to be rich, you can be rich. You should fucking focus on that. Don't focus on trying to take money away from rich people. That's just misguided. It's completely misguided. And I think that
also another kind of rich is rich in not having to give your time, as let's say being some CEO, you're giving so much time over to the company as opposed to being independent enough to do your own thing. That I see as being a better kind of rich.
I think people framed the whole Occupy thing in the wrong way. I mean, like the whole idea of like the 1%. It being this terrible thing, that the 1%, it's like, no, dude, like, why don't you look at it like this? It's for the first time in history, 1% of people, the 99% of people just don't care that much about money. It's not for the first time ever. It's like it does not buy them happiness. They have other things to live for. And that's a great thing. that's like I mean, for the most part, I mean, we all need a little money to get by, but most people derive pleasure and satisfaction, not having to be rich. There's only a couple that really that makes them happy to just make money constantly. And yeah. I mean, what are you going to do with that power? I mean, I don't know. You can't really enjoy all of it. It's like.
And now that you mentioned it, I wonder, can I ask you about the gender bending thing? Was that integral to your performance, or is it something deeper? Like, I'm thinking of like Genesis Peerage, for instance, like how that God rest her soul, his soul, whoever. But was it part of like just, was it a shock act, or do you question yourself, or do you feel that it's something more integral to your personality? Like, yeah.
Well, no, I think it was just a matter of convenience. I wasn't a very, I think I was prettier as a girl than I was handsome as a guy. So yeah, they was just kind of like, it was just sort of like, what I felt comfortable in my own skin doing what I was doing. And, obviously age has worn that dream down. So I definitely don't feel like I don't feel handsome necessarily. I don't feel ugly.
Not conventional masculinity in a sense.
Yeah, I mean, but I definitely don't feel like a hot chick anymore. So that's so I can't really use that one. But it wasn't even really that intentional. It just sort of like my body type and my disposition. It's
interesting.
It's kind of my way of just dealing with the world and dealing with you could I always thought of like people that were that did rock and roll and stuff like that and did music were able to be ugly and still be sexy and stuff like that.
Well, power I think is a very sexy thing, and if this quote is wrong, please let me know, but I think you described your working on the stage as being leading the band as being a police state.
Oh yeah, I think that was my that's what I have to tell myself like every time I enter into that kind of situation, because being a leader was never a natural thing for me. I mean, I was always much more the kind that was just, I'm going to do it on my own. Not going to wait. Not going to lead anybody. I don't know how to lead anybody. I don't. I just would rather just get rid of everybody else altogether and just sort of count on myself to sort of figure it out. But that's just my coping.
Did you also count on yourself to sell yourself, or did you find that there were people along the way who recognized your talents and sold you for you, so you didn't have to worry about that?
That's the bigger, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would never, I couldn't imagine selling myself. Although I put myself out there enough to get people's attention and figure out, they felt like they could exploit me in some sort of way, and I was happy for them to do that. But I really my dream was to sort of just be at home in my boxers, playing keyboard, just not thinking about any of that stuff, and they could exploit me all they want. They can make money off of me. I don't know how they do it. It's like, go right ahead. I didn't have to think about. I didn't want. I don't want.
Well, Ariel, I wish.
I don't like to, now that I'm independent, it really bothers me because I'm stuck in this position now where I'm just taking everything into my own hands. I'm not on a label. No label.
Well, you can start selling your own NFTs. You can do promotion.
Oh God!
For your own
I'm saying. I mean, yeah, I had to turn into like an entrepreneur of sorts, and that's not like what an artist is, in my opinion. I think it's stupid to kind of make it about that. People are like, "Hey, dude, it's capital. It's fucking free market." Well, it's like, shut up. Just shut up.
It's not about that. It's not about that. But what choice do a lot of people have? So, for example, when I was showing that thing off that I made, I don't want to do that. But what choice do we have now? That's what I'm kind of getting to here. We got to sell ourselves.
But then it's not art. Okay, I mean that's all I'm saying. Is that like if you're either an entrepreneur or you're an artist, and
interesting.
And so you can, I mean, I could be if I like look at my metrics and I look at my demographic, who's buying stuff, I could make incentives and make a whole kind of thing. If I had that mind to do that, I could probably sell myself as an artist and be extremely successful. But it's administrative and it's boring as hell. So I of course I'm saying that.
I agree that it's boring. I mean, it's boring to make your own food too sometimes if you don't like cooking. But there are certain things that we have to do.
So you're
skeptical. What I'm saying is, I would be happy somebody else doing that stuff so that I can be the best artist I can be. That's all.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I agree.
I wish, I wish I was picked up by a gallery, but it's but so you're skeptical, I guess, of self-publishing, the direction that the music industry is going towards.
Well, I'm just skeptical about my ability to navigate it. I mean, I'm not a very enterprising. Again, like I said, I did it the way that I did it, and it was convenient for me because I don't have any real. I don't really need to make it. I don't need to think about my audience. I don't want to be clutching my my Grammy and basically thanking my fans and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I understand.
That to me is retarded.
It's bullshit. It's a LARP. Yeah, it's
like I don't want to be beholden to my audience. I just don't even really care about them. It's like I don't think badly of them. I don't think well of them. In fact, I think probably less well of them now than ever before. Because
well, they dumped on. Yeah, they showed their true colors. They dumped on you.
They let a few bad eggs ruin it for all of them, and that's. I mean, who can they thank for that? I guess they can thank themselves. I mean, I don't know, but I'm saying that it's a shame. It's a shame that it's come to this because I don't know if it will work out. We'll see. I mean, it's really in the first stages. If there's a demand for it, and I can actually kind of just continue doing what I've making music and having a sort of reduced, having no middleman, but making all the profit and sort of. Not having as big an audience, or as much press. If that can work out, that's great. And I mean, then I should have done it a long time ago. But at this point, I don't know, and I might have to think about doing something else. Maybe I'll do soundtrack work or something like that. But I don't know.
Yeah. But do you think that would you ever market on your own shock? Like, would you sort of embrace the meme of you're this far right art? Like, would you basically pull a Boyd Rice and be like, I'm going to be as shocking as possible now, and sort of find a way of marketing that? Or do you think that is equally inauthentic as just going along and being a sellout to the music industry?
I mean, it's kind of like the difference between being a private escort and being a cam girl or something like that, or being I mean, I just kind of I was insulated. I could basically not worry about that stuff in the past. I don't know what Boyd Rice is probably out there doing what he can to survive. He probably doesn't have there aren't that many stable things to lean on in the music industry anymore. I mean,
and for the record, I love Boyd Rice. I'm not casting shade. I'm just saying that I think when you create a persona of being this edgelord, then you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do. But I mean, I'm just saying that's the predicament that not just he's in, but just about
many people.
I mean, everybody in music, it's completely that at this point, because the industry has been decimated. It was decimated when I started. It was thanks to Sean Parker,
Well, I was going to ask you that before we go to Super Chats. Do you think that, I said this about metal journalism in particular, you look at people like Metal Sucks, for instance. Do you think that metal journalists, I'm music journalists, do you think music journalism has basically effectively killed the music industry, especially indie music? Or do you think that music will find a way?
No. I mean, I think that that music journalism was a weird kind of it's kind of like a little byproduct, a little blip that just sort of that sort of popped up around this new culture that the music industry sort of birthed, in the 60s or the 50s or something like that, and it really didn't really gain its wings until after Lester Bangs and stuff like that, and even then it was just kind of like it's kind of like just a weird the fact that it's considered any kind of that has any kind of literary, it's kind of just it's pulp, but they don't even pay you for it really. So it's really just a very, very low art form, low on the totem pole for writers, I would say.
Yeah, it's true.
So,
well, in comparison to video game journalism, maybe video game journalism is slightly lower than that.
Gaming culture has pretty much taken over what that space, I would say, and that seems to be the consensus as well.
The same, similar people coming in and out, but
for instance, there was the brilliant in the 2010s, the vlog series by Chris Ott, where he basically exposed Pitchfork and all those people. It's such a huge game. Now
it's owned by Condé Nast, so it's game over. I mean, forget about it.
Would you say that is also a reason why you don't like conflating the salesmanship of art with art itself, where you see how it ends up deteriorating and Condé Nast ends up coming in and poisoning a lot of things that otherwise could have been good?
Then you have Garage Show sponsored by Absolute Vodka.
Yes, exactly.
Come on,
I mean, it's also just so integrated and there's no risk anymore. I mean, it's kind of like we've become Europe, There's no
yeah, it's true.
It's all got, everything's got a blue book value, and it has to, and all the sponsors, all the funding basically has to sort of adhere to this code, and it goes all the way down to the artist as well. So it's pretty much done. It's whatever kind of interesting thing was happening in the 60s with the early signings and all that kind of stuff. That's pretty much gone the way of the dinosaurs, and there won't be any real risk taking and
But maybe not. Maybe if we're talking about more decentralization, if we're talking about other networks coming up like Urbit, for example, or who knows. The point is that maybe these social tech platforms that we're on right now, they're also going to go to the way of the dodo. They're going to be replaced by a community for Ariel's fans, a community for the future fans of Lev Polyakov and his absolutely amazing genius, never before seen art. And together, I am never going to stop. I'm never going to stop.
After we're dead, maybe. Yeah, that's true.
And by the way, Gio also has some pretty nice art. And I'm going to shill for my friend Gio as well. So, but here's the reason why I'm doing this, Ariel, because what you said right now about Condé Nast, I don't want to be sponsored by Condé Nast, neither do you. But I do think that...
I wouldn't mind Peter Thiel giving us money,
yes,
though.
I do think that we have to, at a certain point, swallow our pride and be able to do a little bit of salesmanship, because we don't have any other choice now. That's the other problem, unless we find somebody.
My salesmanship at this point is really just my legacy status. I am a dinosaur. I will always be seen as a dinosaur. If history is not history just yet, then maybe I have a fighting chance to market myself. Otherwise, I'm pretty much dead in the water. I just represent the old landowner class. You know what I'm saying? They're going to come in and drag me out into the street and beat me. Yes.
Hopefully not. Yeah. Hopefully you have many years left.
Absolutely.
We'll see.
Well, look, like the landowner class, what did they have? They had somebody like Thomas Jefferson, who used to love reading about Roman history and all those various philosophies. So we had a spark of spirit. The people who end up living in the pods, they don't have that.
I'm talking about the Chinese Revolution, though. I'm saying they will acquire whatever we have.
And look what happens to them already with the one-child policy. I'm sorry, I think China's screwed. I think China's prematurely screwed itself.
I agree. No, it is screwed, but there's, of course, they are just okay, like for instance, this whole idea of Bitcoin sort of taking over the dollar as the sort of world trade currency. I can't think of anything more ridiculous in my.
I agree.
I can't think of a better trap to basically get rid of countries in general and get rid of currency. I mean, that it's in one fell swoop. You basically you've obliterated the idea of a national currency and basically and it's the best way to get rid of the United States. Best way to get rid of Poland, Hungary, Russia, everybody. It's essentially just get everybody on Bitcoin. It's a trap. It seems like people like swear by its its transparency and all that kind of stuff. I'm just like, dude, it's not good if it's transparent, man. That's terrible.
Well, corporations are coming out with their own cryptocurrencies now, like Facebook wants to.
The whole point is to get everybody on cryptocurrency. That's one way to basically just make the world one government. The vaccine passports is the same thing, man. It's all they're getting rid of everything. One world. I'd settle for two world government. A two world government, meaning we have one side that's all for that stuff, and then one side that's just like comprised of people that that are into whatever I'm into. And
well, this is a very controversial. You're going to get a bunch of crypto heads in your mentions going after you now. I mean, that's in some ways it's more controversial than anything to go against crypto nowadays.
No, I know, because they have their boot on our heel. I mean, sorry, their heel on our necks or whatever. But I mean, I think that obviously like I said, I'm not doing a very good job of sort of looking out for myself in the coming paradigm shift and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not engaged in that kind of thing. I'm not trying to set myself up to be a gazillionaire on crypto for the transition. So yeah.
But if we're talking about the transition, could we also look at it from the point of view of apocalypse, meaning, revelation, that there would be things that would be revealed as opposed to it only being people living in the pods eating the bugs?
Well, I think the things that were, what could be possibly revealed? Okay, I mean...
The nature of our existence.
Right, okay, so we're getting rid of money. I get it. We're getting rid of money. I mean, eventually, Bitcoin isn't the end goal. Why did we stop there? Let's just get rid of money.
Yeah, cashless society.
Why do we need Bitcoin? That's fucking pretty short-sighted, if you ask me. I mean, it's not the end point. Once we get there, what then? Get rid of it. We don't want money. We hate money. It's stupid. It's a stupid dream, man. It's just stupid to even think. It is short-sighted, and it's just basically a plan to tank things. It's Hollywood land belief in something greater, and it's just like no, dude. You just want to.
I don't mean about the financial side. I could pretty much agree with you. I mean, I have to do more research, but I could pretty much agree with you about the financial side. I'm talking more about discovering things that we had no idea about before.
Yeah, you know what? It's kind of like do you have kids?
I hope to someday.
Okay, well, I mean, give them the keys to the house, and tell them to make the rules. And you'll let them pay the bills, and you'll let them take over your job, you'll see some interesting things, man. I mean, I think it'll be revealed. I think what the outcome is. It's pretty stupid to fucking do that, but that's just my opinion. I mean, I don't,
No, that is a negative side. That's not what I'm talking about. Maybe you could say that it's naive.
I mean, we won't die. We'll still be alive. I just think it's going to create utter chaos and
sure. In the midst of chaos, though, I still look at people. For example, have you ever heard of this guy named Graham Hancock?
Yes.
Okay, so Graham Hancock talks about the cataclysm, the ancient civilizations. When I'm talking about revealing, I'm talking about maybe there are going to be people out there who would put enough pieces of the puzzle together so that at least a few of us will know more or less what exactly happened, way back in the day.
People are mentioning Sun Ra in the chat as a good example.
Yeah.
It's not going to be for us, man. Like we're gonna die, and it's going to be for whoever's left and whoever had kids.
I know. I want to figure out
You're
the whole
right.
thing about the giants and those mounds. The mound builders.
Well, no, but here's a good example. Though people were mentioning Sun Ra in the chat. Sun Ra as a jazz musician was someone who was a visionary because he enveloped in his own sense a world within a world. Like he's like, well, if we're oppressed in this world, then let's go to the other one. And that was, I mean, he said that the Saturnite people talked to him and all that, but I mean, I think like that's sort of.
Yet they still had to pay money for gas to get to each one of their gigs, and
that's true. It's true.
They wore costumes. Those weren't like ethereal bodies that they were wearing. The point is that like it's art, dude. I mean, just don't treat it so. Don't treat it as being it's fragile. It's a fragile thing, man. The whole thing that we're wearing clothes right now. We're wearing clothes. Why do we wear clothes at all? It's just cosmetic changes stuff. None of this stuff matters. It's all illusion. We're not going to get anywhere if we just get naked, though. I mean, that's just like the point is that like we have to role play. We can't just do away with everything. It's transcendence. I just think that it's like we came this far. We started wearing clothes. We read books. We tell stories and all that kind of stuff. All that stuff is just it's icing on the cake. It doesn't. We were perfectly happy on the savannah, not saying a fucking word. We were perfect. We did it for gazillion years.
If we were on the savannah, or maybe we were somewhere else, that's the other revelatory part of this whole thing and figuring out what exactly we are. But that's the brilliance though, Lev. Like what Ariel just said is that he started the thought with like the hippy dippy, we don't need clothes, man, it doesn't mean anything, but then ended it with, well, what would it pragmatically do if we were to all become nudists? Like, what would that accomplish in the world? Like it's people would say like there's that one Vice City radio show where this nudist said, no one's gonna kill each other or carry guns or a howitzer. Maurice Chavez.
Yeah, yes. Maurice Chavez. It's like no one can. He was a trust fund kid, and he's like, I'm a nudist because no violence would ever happen if you're a nudist. It's like, come on, that's bullshit.
Yeah,
like,
they had nudists
we already have a world agreement and no violence, and every major nation is basically in concert with this idea on Antarctica. I mean, Antarctica is everybody's they have an international decree. I mean, like everybody's got their bay, their specific territory on the island, on the continent, and they nobody's allowed to be born there.
Have you heard?
You can only be there for 6 months at a time. This is like international. So no weapons testing, only science. That's about as that means that we can do this. I mean, we can get along and live on the planet without blowing each other up. Sure, we can do that, but there has to be some sort of like incentive to do that. And right now there's people that just really, really hate the U.S. They really hate it. That's it. And so it's like, hating the U.S. is like hating yourself. Like, why would you do that? Why would you just...
I agree. Well, there's plenty of people who look, like the third worlders, who look at places like Russia or China as being
there's a lot of criticism of the U.S., though, as an empire.
Everybody loves the U.S., dude. Come on. Everybody, not in the U.S., everybody loves the U.S.
If they don't love the if they don't love the U.S., then they're jealous of the U.S., just like they are jealous
as long as they can come here, they like it, dude. It's only the people in the U.S. that just don't appreciate it, and you should know this above everyone, because you're from Russia, and I mean, you know how it is, man. Like the rest of the world is totally rooting for us. They need us.
They do.
I mean, the whole idea that we were like we ever demoted ourselves to ourselves this far down the line is a travesty to me. It's a crime. It's a sad, pathetic indictment, because we are conquering. We weren't even conquered. There's no threats around us. We're totally. We just died of discouragement.
But you don't think that this state of being discouraged can actually encourage others when they look at all the discouragement around, and they could think, man, this could be a great opportunity for me to actually make use of all of this information that I have.
If they do something about it, if they do stuff that makes America great again, hate to say it, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like, it's not going to happen with dissolving the borders and making ourselves Canada and Mexico, or having them war with each other, basically, because we don't exist as a nation. There's things that like don't make sense should just be discarded. I mean, there's there's bad ideas, things that are gonna you're not gonna get any good ideas from people that are just they're hateful of themselves. That's just the way it goes.
That's true. Very true.
I have a healthy degree of the hatred myself. You know, I mean, like
we all do. Yeah.
Yeah, but then we used it to our advantage. We let it inform our experience, and we grow from it. But we don't stay there. We don't stay, depressed gothic teenagers. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we don't.
Well, there has to be maturity after a while,
sure.
I guess. Yeah.
Well, especially I think like in California and New York, I think there are plenty of self-hating white people and self-hating Jews,
almost as a rule.
Yeah.
It's like,
and they're the ones who actually, hate Israel and love Palestine and love all the third world nations.
Lev, you got to bring that up, man.
No, I do because the pattern. No, I do because the pattern.
You're such a Zio shill, Lev. I hate to say.
No, because the pattern that I see. I gotta say this. No, I gotta say this because Ariel, when you said, that was so Jewish of me, what I would say was probably.
I can't believe I clowned on my friend like that. I'm being so funny.
I know, but Ariel, you got to understand that there are people who are watching this to who they see this big configuration of, what I mean? Like they think of, who's behind, yada, yada, yada. What I've always been trying to tell them is that you are going to get people who are educated, who are going to go into certain industries, and they'll be good at doing those industries, just like they'll be good at chess. And my whole point is not discriminating based on those factors and just looking at an individual.
Well, you're one of the good ones, Lev.
The Polynesians rule the fucking the security guard industry out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like big Samoan guys. These are families. Jewelers, typically Jewish.
Sure.
Sorry, it's just the way it is. Bankers, that's
true.
And it's because of circumstances that are historical. And they're and it's okay. It's like, I mean, there's cops are from a specific like breed of people. I mean, they all talk
Irish here in New York.
Irish, yeah.
But it doesn't even matter what race they are. There is like some other kind of like some sort of like other molecular thing that like makes somebody a cop or something like that. Like I mean the way that they talk to you. I mean they just. Their whole vernacular, it's just like it's so tightly wound, it's so kind of like formal in this weird way. But that's because they come from a line of law enforcement. We gotta appreciate the differences, and also the commonalities, the melting pot, the whole fucking thing. It's just you can't just go to war with it and equalize everything. I don't know. I mean,
I don't know if melting pot's the right term though, because I know like
it's not. It's not.
Because I like the fact that whether it's Irish, Italians, Jews, when they came to America, New York specifically, let's say, they got into a certain style. They got into a certain civilizational standard that was already there. They didn't say, we're not going to adapt. Like they had some of their old school traditions, yet they wanted to be Americans. And that is something that I find, like I mentioned before, in the Coen brothers, for example. We were talking before about Hollywood, about all the negative aspects of it. I think the Coen brothers are geniuses in as far as people who are able to actually create this kind of art. And I do consider their movies to be art. That is something that's very special, and I would never put them in the same room as some self-hating leftist Jew.
Well, list off some movies, Lev, Coen brothers.
All right, Fargo. Raising
Fargo.
Arizona.
Yeah, Raising. Oh, there you go. Yeah.
All these great. These are great. Like it's like Americana. I mean.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
But then you'd have some some anti-Semites being like that's just them making fun of white trash culture, and so
No, but I would say that with the
but
Coen brothers.
sorry,
Ariel, sorry.
nobody really says that, by the way. I mean, I'm
No.
saying that, like, if somebody wants to go deep, they could say that because the same people, are likely to see Israel and Jews or the Zionists, they want to get like all David Icke on it. It's there's I mean, I kind of think that's like, it's such a complicated thing. But I would think that, like, for me, the things that I'm looking out for are that I know the apocalypse will come when we get rid of this calendar system, and we basically whether it's a great reset or whether it's a reset of something, when we basically like start on 0-0, or we adopt another age, so that we can forget about Christ and what 2021-22 means, because I think those things were there to remind us so that we never forget.
They tried that in the French Revolution.
Brilliant.
Then Napoleon came and he undid the calendar. So maybe there could be a similar thing that
Napoleon was a
happens
force
here.
for good in Europe, let's face it.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
I also think
he
that
was.
they were trying to, I think that the people that, like, I guess it was Charlemagne or whoever instated, whoever started the calendar over back in Roman times. I think that, like, that they did it to hasten the Book of John, I guess. They don't want the apocalypse to happen. I mean, if it has to, the predictions, say that, that there will be, the Antichrist will come and all this kind of stuff, and or I don't know if he said that they use the word Antichrist or whatever, but
they say that no man shall foresee it. That's the big point of the Book of Revelation.
But they also, it will be like after a generation of people that forgot about the existence of God. Like, I think about the idea that, like, if nobody ever brought up the word God, or like the idea of God was just never taught to you as a kid, you wouldn't necessarily even come up with the idea. It would never even occur to you, because there was no evidence of it anywhere.
Not only that, but if a kid is raised by wolves, which there have been cases of, I don't know if by wolves, but like feral kids, they don't act like human beings. So there is, I think, something to raising a child properly that actually turns them into a human.
It is the what makes them human, and what makes us more than savages, I suppose, is just the awareness of and the knowledge that we acquire once we're born. I mean, like, from other humans. So it's kind of like, it's just like a data bank. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're just basically like
memetics.
Well, that knowledge, we could say that knowledge is us, and we could then say that God is pure
we're
knowledge.
walking hard drives. We're walking hard drives that are basically storing. We're basically like backstoring our RAM or whatever the hell. We're basically all the Akashic record, every single thing that we know is being defragged and consolidated into everybody's brain, and we really just that's how we keep it going, is basically just replicating it over and over again and storing it.
And that's what I mean. The people, they really, like, whatever you want to call them, the globalists or whatever, they do want to destroy belief. They want to destroy Christian civilization more than anything. I mean, I personally believe that what you're saying is correct. I mean, what you've been saying is, oh my God, I can't believe the mind-blowing. But I would say that belief in God is at the heart of man, but at the same time, Christ and the lessons of our Lord has to be present within civilization, or else it is lost. And like,
absolutely. And even just, and what is that? What are the lessons? I mean, for the Jews, it was literally keeping the text word for word alive, so that there was no ambiguity across the generation. Basically people, and there was no graven images that you could basically tear down. If you pointed it out, you couldn't point it out the name anywhere. It was basically like a secret doctrine that everybody that was Jewish basically, or that all the Hebrews basically were supposed to keep in their mind. And basically it's basically a book of all their mistakes and all the things that they did wrong. And we just basically reread it every year. We just go over the mistakes that we did, how to be a bad Jew, basically, how to be, how we pissed off God.
Yeah.
And that's what we worship. That's what we worship. And that's what Christ did. He basically was like the best Jew that ever lived, or the worst one, depending on what you're looking at. So he sort of consolidated the idea of God and put it and it got put in an immortal human being, and then that essentially was what he democratized, or he WikiLeaked the whole the Jewish secret God to everybody, and so everybody can basically could choose to adopt this.
And he fulfilled that covenant.
And he fulfilled the covenant, and everybody thinks they're going to be saved now. But the point is that, like, if everybody hates Christianity, then it's just basically then that's on the way to basically annihilating God and the gods for good. That's the whole point of the project, is to consolidate it in one place, get it in one hard drive, and then just erase. You know what I'm saying?
Interesting.
But according to the prophecy, that wouldn't work, because then there would be the all the things that are written about in Revelations, and their plan would not come to fruition.
Well, the point is that, like, it's just annihilation. It will come to pass. It just hasn't yet. So the whole, I think that, like, the early the people that sort of put in, changed the time and made it 00 AD, starting with Christ, whatever. I mean, they're trying to basically make it so that we don't forget that Jesus existed.
Right.
At the very least. I mean, so that if anybody basically, like, sits down and thinks long enough, they could be as atheistic as possible, but, like, they're still in 2022. Well, what the fuck is that? Why did time start 2021 years ago? No. Oh yeah, no, that guy lived. Okay, yeah. Who was that guy? Oh yeah, he was the guy that basically that was had a relationship with God. Oh yeah, what the hell is God again? Oh yeah, that God is that guy that that sort of took over all the other gods. Those statues. And
it's sort of that poetic instantiation of time. Like, in time itself, we are reminded of God.
We will forget about God the second that a generation passes and they do not teach it. So at that point, we will be completely subject and vulnerable to all the things that are prophesized, all the great tribulation and all that kind of stuff, because we will have forgotten. The world will not know what it means, that it ever existed. I mean, it's completely, it will be the end of history. It will be the end of time and everything. I mean, it's really, we're going that way right now. I mean, it's pretty, it's on the fast track. They want to hit it from every angle, And
I think, my opinion as a Catholic is that the church has really let, in terms of pedagogy, really let the civilization down in terms of not even educating children.
In terms of another thing having to do with the word PED, as far as the cat.
Okay, Lev, listen. You had to sit there and be Christ-pilled this whole stream. Listen, I accept that, because I did swing at Lev a number of times. So I will accept that swipe about the
accepted like the Eucharist. Accepted like the Eucharist. But no, I actually did go.
Well,
I did go to.
As a Christian, and I see myself as a Christian. I do, because I see myself as that. I mean, I'm Jewish as well, but I definitely, Christ came to me, and I see him as a sort of completion of whatever it was. I mean. The Jews were only the Bible ends with them going back to fucking Palestine. I mean, that's it. It's like that's their fucking dream. It's like, okay, that already happened. We gave it to you. It's like they have it now. It's like but that's a way to sort of kind of like to I think that like going back to the promised land and all that kind of stuff was just that was the initial short-sighted kind of goal. But like I think that like Christ sort of completes it and sort of makes it into this amazing, beautiful thing that needs to sort of like play itself out for as long as possible.
I'm not opposed to that idea, by the way, of Christ being the one this specific time around. The only difference that I would say for me personally in terms of my beliefs is I do think that certain things happen cyclically, and this is a thing that I disagree with Jonathan Peugeot about. I think that these things play themselves out not only on this planet, but on other parts of the universe as well. They may play themselves out differently. That would be the only disagreement I would have.
Yeah, I know. I agree. I mean, and either we're a complete aberration, or we're like, you know, we're actually like the sort of like the exception that proves the rule, or whatever. I mean, I think.
There are three things here. Either we're an aberration, like this is the only planet that actually has this thing going on, or we are just like a complete accident of the Big Bang, or the third one, there are other worlds out there where similar things go on here. So that would be the other option.
Well, I think the Big Bang is obviously the product of our Christianity. I mean, honestly, it's like it's science as well. I mean, everything that basically like came after Christ's time. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like we didn't even have. It took Christ coming around for us to fucking care about fucking billions of years in the past and the beginning of time and space and all that kind of shit. So you can't just like throw out the God part and keep all the other stuff. You know, that
exactly. That's what I tell people. You can't like these people, like these rationalists.
You can't get rid of the free speech. You can't get rid of free speech and expect to have the United States and then keep the rest of the fucking Constitution.
Yeah.
It's not going to fucking happen. It happens because of free speech. It's the First Amendment for a fucking reason.
Well, that's like people are saying, well, we can have the community of Christianity. We can have the social benefits. Yeah. Those social benefits are only there because of the metaphysics. Like that.
But if we had, hold on,
you get rid of the most important part. Just get rid of the most important part.
Hold on, wait. If you're talking
Ariel, you are winning me over right now.
Hold on, before Ariel wins you over.
What a happy birthday I'm having right now.
Ariel, you like birthday. Ariel, you like free speech. I like free speech too. But if we had, let's say, a Catholic theocracy, for example, it wouldn't necessarily be free speech, right? Like, just to be devil's advocate here for a second.
I'm not like we don't even have to argue that. I mean, I'm an American. I believe that this is an ongoing thing. I'm obviously it's not just a matter of like, you know, progress bad, you know, conservative good. You know, it's obviously. I feel like the United States is a realization of something, and it needs to basically continue. I'm not ready for it to fucking just die on the log. Not while I'm alive. They'll have to kind of kill me first, I guess. That's it.
Well, there is one final thing that I'm curious, since we are going down a deep hole here. Have you heard of Operation High Jump?
No, I haven't. I'm going to look that up, though.
It's a very interesting thing where supposedly after World War II, a lot of the Nazis, and again, this could all just be fake, I don't know, a lot of the Nazis ended up escaping to Antarctica, since you mentioned Antarctica before, and supposedly they had a base there, still have a base there, and that's where we get all these UFO sightings. That's where we get all these various crafts that go underwater and all this stuff.
I definitely think those crafts are probably Earth-made. Human-made.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said about the Nazis. So they could have been the ones that originated a lot of these crafts, according to various like USSR documents and things like that, and the various sightings that people reported seeing like actual like SS people inside those things. But who knows?
Dude, I mean, there's so many kind of like so many psyops. I mean, there's so many secrets, so much entanglement. And it's obviously a mixed bag, but I like to like scroll back and just sort of like get out of all that kind of stuff, and then I just try to think about like, okay, well, what's important to me right now? Okay, you have my family, blah blah blah. I mean, if they want to like destroy the family, then you know that's going to produce a lot of hardship and strife everywhere. And so you don't want to have a system that's basically against that. You don't want to have a system that's against opportunities for people. You don't want to have a system that's basically just applicable to everybody on the planet before it's applicable to the people in the country. There's so many ways to look at it, but all these things are just basically like little Kafka traps that basically distract us from very, very practical and just basic human stuff. And
amazing, yeah.
It's just you have to see like you have to just kind of like scroll out and just kind of like think about it for a second. Stop talking. Stop getting. I mean, I just think that like there's a lot of just we're all simpletons, you know. I mean, I don't even think of myself as being intelligent in any kind of way. I think I've got a low IQ. I'm just basically dumb, and I don't think of myself as better than anybody. So I'm just spouting this stuff, and I don't think Peter Thiel or Graham Hancock or any of these geniuses know what the fuck is going on, or Elon Musk. I mean, these guys are autistic, for God's sake.
I agree. Yeah, we're ruled by autists now that probably maybe don't have. They have one shtick, and then that's it. Yeah, they play video games as reality.
Yeah, what if we were ruled by artists instead of autists?
Well, we tried that.
No better.
In Germany, we tried that actually.
We really are like the artists are just. They're great and all that, but would you even would you trust them with your kids?
I wouldn't trust me with power. That's true.
But here's where a lot of this Graham Hancock stuff comes in, though. For me, I think that there is something to the idea of, like, you remember in the Truman Show where the teacher said, "Well, everything's been discovered already. There's nothing left to discover." I think that is a big killer of this sense of curiosity that people have, and I think stuff. Things.
Well, we do live in a time of great exhaustion with everything, Lev. That is.
No, but it's not true. It's not true as well because it's that's just a lack of faith, man. I mean, that's honestly like that's just it. You don't have to come up with it. It'll come up with itself. You just try it. You can't stop knowledge from fucking happening and from discovery from happening. You can't. It's that's just a faithlessness. That's just like just to beat people down with a sense of defeat. And to not be visionary, you know what I'm saying? It's just it doesn't mean anything. It's like whether they want to or not, there's going to be geniuses and people that come. I'm not ready for the robots to take over. That's all I'm saying. I mean, like I'm not ready for the AI bots to fucking to have the last word on humanity. I mean, that's just complete.
So do you think that maybe innovative things in terms of the work of art will come down the pipe? I know people, they say that, for instance, in music in particular, like everything is exhausted, everything's dead, no one's coming up with anything innovative. You know, it's the corporations are just like basically treating even indie rock now as like a marketing tool. So
I mean, it always was that. I mean, it was always that. I don't think it's ever. It doesn't need to be innovative. I think that people get bogged down in the innovations. There's innovations, I guess, in finance and in banking and all that kind of stuff. In the ways that sort of, and that people get subjected and oppressed and stuff like that. I mean, there's innovations in control and all that kind of stuff. But like, I mean. But in terms of like, on an individual basis, I mean, like everybody's basically just grasping for stuff in the dark, and they come up with new, interesting little things that we can appreciate. I mean, there's only been multitudes since the beginning. So there's been multitudes. I mean, like, why is it that I love music? I mean, like, there's nothing innovative between one garage rock band and another one. It's just that the human aspect is amplified because we recorded them. So it's not about the music itself. It's the scream from the magnetic tapes. That's basically like that we identify with. It's the folkness of it. I don't know.
Well, like you were saying, we're grasping at the dark and we're trying to find but like that what you're saying, like the sounds that we identify with. I mean, it is subjective at the end of the day. But even the subversion of that expectation, like I could think of, John Cage's symphony, for instance, or whatever. Like, but the way you put it so poetically in that, and this time now more than ever, we're grasping at straws, we're grasping in the dark for anything. And it's like, maybe that's the conditions from which,
I think we were dying for some humanity, to be with our main course of enlightenment. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like we just that's why John Cage sort of died a sort of a pathetic death. It just wasn't mass appeal enough. But then, then you had the sort of the project of the unwashed masses and the black and the slaves in particular to sort of just show us the way. And I mean, it's the Christian way. I mean, it's the way of the God of the homeless people in the desert. I mean, there's no reason why we should have stuck around longer than every other pagan god. I mean, they're all gone. But ours is portable. Ours is more portable. All right. Our God is portable.
Yeah.
It was light. It was. We just kept it in mind, and it was a word. It was all these things basically sort of brought us to the place, and it's sort of forced culture to morph. And this time, these past 2,000 years have been sort of like the project of that conquest, more or less.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Even once you get rid of it, even once you get rid of Jesus and God and himself and all that kind of stuff, I think you're left with a bunch of people that like lost their face, but you're not left with rational scientists or anything like that.
Yeah,
You're just left with a bunch of people that basically were in the process of killing off the old gods who may or may not exist and were might have been false, may have been figments of our imagination, but the point is that like we gained our humanity somehow in the process, and so we still adhere to those things. We still like compassion, we still like forgiveness, we still like those are all things that are also seem to be going extinct, so you can't throw everything out.
Well, even when things do go extinct, you still have certain signs, like, again, with the Graham Hancock stuff, you have things like the pyramids, you have things like the Mayan calendar, so you have things that point to people being interested in what is beyond us, but also what is, like, the Mayan calendar being,
where we came from.
Yeah, history, being the time of the galaxy. Have you also ever heard of Rudolf Steiner, by any chance?
Of course, yeah.
So that is that's another really fascinating idea to me as far as where we came from, not so much being evolution as in the way that it's taught, but more of us being spectral forms that eventually started to solidify and become who we are today. I actually see
but he portends very, very grave things for us right now.
Indeed.
With the
Age of Ahriman.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So it's kind of like, I almost feel like, it's kind of like I think sometimes when we put these ideas out there, like people just take them literally, and they're so uncreative that they basically just manifest what's already been spoken and predict, like the Truman Show. Like, I mean, like my life is like the Truman Show now.
Yes,
it really feels like it, and it wasn't. It doesn't feel like it was like it was a genius idea on anybody's part per se. It was just sort of like, I mean, Donald Trump was probably got the idea to be president from watching Back to the Future Part 2.
And he truly, in that sense, he truly was, like, in the Frederick Jameson way, the true first postmodern president. I mean, Hollywoodism, like, through and through. But
also Trump's uncle was the guy who got Nikola Tesla's documents after he died. So I just find this whole thing very fascinating. How all these various pieces.
Lev, are you posting esoteric Trumpism right now? Like,
No, I think this whole thing is esoteric. Like, I think all of life is esoteric.
Like, I have my criticism in terms of the efficacy of Trump.
I'm an Edison person personally. I don't know about you guys, but
go ahead.
I'm Edison. I'm not Tesla. I mean, that's 99% perspiration, 1% inspiration. That's just me, man. But I like the idea that Tesla fucking completely just came upon some fucking amazing supernatural fucking divine shit that we still use today, like AC current and all that kind of stuff.
But it also ended up draining him. If you look at the pictures of old Nikola Tesla, he looks like a man that's been drained of a lot of his vril. And I think that there may be something to the idea of there's this bio. Well, there's this bio of Nikola Tesla by a friend of his, like childhood friend, who described that every time Nikola Tesla breathed, he had this sensation in his back as if something was moving up and down. And to me, that's like having a Kundalini awakening happen. And I know that there's a lot of hip. Oh, hold on. All right, we have to get back. It was the Kundalini awakening that got him, but Ariel Pink is going to be back.
It could have been that or some kind of autoimmune disorder, Lev.
Yeah. But Ariel Pink is going to be back. Listen, I'm going to shill right now. This is the time for Lev to shill. I've already shilled my wonderful artwork, and now I'm going to shill your beautiful Patreon
This stream
print.
has just been something...
Here we go.
Something else.
Indeed it has. Wait a minute, hold on. That's not what I want. Here we go. Patreon print.mp4. Yeah, this is the thing right here. Guys, take a look at this very beautiful print by Gio right over here. This is how it's done. This is for the $30 tier. Patreon.com/breaktherules. Become a patron today. You're going to get that. And for $50, if there are people here who are fans of Styx, and I know there are, Styx, Hex, and Hammer 666, you are going to get, for the $50 tier, upon request, you are going to get a very beautiful dragon wooden sculpture. It's not a print. It's not a magnet. It is here. I'm just going to post the thing over here. This is the full dragon, so you can see what it looks like. Here it is. Look at this wooden dragon. So my dad made this, and something like this could be yours. And for $20, if you request that you are a fan of Styx, you are going to get like a smaller dragon as well, made out of wood, the wooden magnet. But anyway, those are also Warhammer.
Is this the new Tech Wars? Yes, this is the new Tech Wars. I hate to say it, but
yes, and we're actually with Tech Wars.
Only we're not going to stab each other. We're not. I mean, I don't know if Lev will stab me in the back or no, I'm the fat one, so Lev, I will never stab you in the back. I will never claim that you owe me money when you don't. I will never snake on you and tell people that you're a schizo. Like what a certain someone did to Warren, but anyway, sorry, I should stop subtweeting a certain someone in this show. Well, a certain few people on this show,
especially after Alex Lee Moyer shared this out, which again I really appreciate.
Well, speaking
Alex,
of someone who's been a victim of said snake, I mean that's.
Yeah,
anyways,
Alex, I hope you're watching. Alex, come on BTR. I would definitely love to have you.
Oh, people also said we should get John. We got John Mouse on the show. That'd be amazing. I'd love that.
That would be amazing. Yeah. I'll bring my cat Steve along so he can look at a mouse while he's... Anyway, that was horrible.
You'd have like a litany of puns if John Mouse came on. Oh my god.
That's right. Cheese to meet you. That's what I'm... No, pleased to cheese you? I don't remember the way it goes. You know what I mean.
Cheese to meet you.
Yes, but anyway, we got to get Ariel Pink back on for... in general here, but in general, we got to get Ariel Pink back on the stream for some more episodes. This was a hell of an episode, and I really enjoyed everything that we were talking about here.
Cantonese pot. Well, I mean, with Logo shilling for the Chinese Cantonese pot.
Yes.
It was. I believe it was Eric May that said he had this brilliant pun in the chat an hour ago. He said Bernie Madoff. We're talking about Bernie Sanders. Get it? Bernie Madoff with all of his donations. Kind of like Bernie Madoff, the criminal who died recently. Didn't he die recently? Bernie Madoff?
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah, it's funny because all of his sons, two of his sons died of cancer, I think. And he died of some stomach condition or something. I don't know. Anyways, so this has been great. I wasn't expecting Ariel to Christian post I think like the fulfillment of certain prophecies throughout time. Like you really have to think, okay, how did Christianity? I mean, I know the conspiracies about like the empire and all that Roman blah blah blah, but when you really think of like in terms of the sort of spiritual weight of how Christianity managed to convert the pagan world. I mean, when you think of conversion in terms of religiosity throughout human history, there really is no more unique story than the Christian story. I mean, that's what I like, and people can, come up with like, well, it's similar to this mystery cult in the ancient world. It's similar to this attribute of this obscure god in Africa or wherever. But really, I mean, when you look at the whole picture of it, I mean, it's really, you can't compare. I mean, okay, maybe the comparison you could say of when Buddhism arose out of Hinduism, out of Vedanta. I mean, that wasn't like largely a bloodless conversion because, but then they moved on. Then when Shankara came on, there was no need for Buddhism anymore in India proper. So they all moved into the Indus Valley. They all moved into China, right?
I could give you this example. So let's say we're talking about the Mary, the Virgin Mary showing up in certain hot springs or whatever it was, like those springs in certain parts of the world, and it became a cult following where people visited this Mary sighting. And like I said before, according to that book Daimonic Reality by Patrick Harper, those same places were the locations of pagan fertility goddesses before. And the reason why I'm saying this is Christianity happened, and I think that there is a grand plan here for why something like Christianity was brought up. And this is where we're probably going to disagree, where I don't care whether there was an actual Jesus. That's not the important part for me. The important part is that this energy, which if people, let's say, go, when they die, they would see Jesus or they would see their relatives in Jesus, whatever. The point is that they are reaching towards something that they know to be right, that they know to be true. All the other stuff for me personally, as far as, like the manger with the animals and Jesus and all that, to me, these are things that some of them, let's say more than others, do lean towards a certain truth. But those are still decorative elements for me, around which is a core truth that either people recognize what is good, or they recognize what is, what is not good. And
Lev, this is just nominalism, though. This is nominalism. This is heretical.
No, but again, like
Christ had to have been a person. That's like the guarantee. Like that.
Yeah,
I know we disagree with that.
Yeah,
I
understand.
Yeah.
Because
and Reagan, I will never change this. This is my aesthetic. I will never change. Although someone said I should ironically wear a fedora. I think I actually have a fedora somewhere in my house. I could probably wear it.
You're gonna be Fed posting for real then.
Fedora posting.
Yes, exactly. No, but what I'm basically saying, Gio, is that, at least with my interpretation, all the stuff you mentioned, well, this was, people say this was in this mystery cult, and this aspect of Jesus could be found
this
here.
guy's crap.
No, but to me, it's not crap. To me, my interpretation is that it doesn't matter with the way that I look at it, because in that sense, I don't care where what is borrowed from, because that's not the important part. The important part
I wouldn't say borrowed. I would say that these themes were in the pagan, and even like St. Augustine says this, these similar themes and messages were in the pagan world. There were virtuous pagans. There were messengers before, but the culmination of the logos within Christ, that is what's important. Whereas a lot of these people, like the, Zeitgeist, what's that one guy that debated stuff on Molyneux? What's the guy's name from Zeitgeist?
I don't remember right now. But we are actually going to have... But Jesus, I was going to call you Jesus. By the way, we are going to have a debate later on, Gio, about Gnosticism with Gnostic Informant, and he is bringing in the host of Aeon Bike Radio. So that is going to be a very interesting stream.
And I think my partner will either be Tyler Hamilton or... I don't know if Classic Theist likes me that much anymore, now that I've criticized a certain boy king. But no, I think Tyler Hamilton would be he's a good friend of mine, and he's very knowledgeable in theology. And I'll ask him, when do you want this, in the 9th, Lev?
Let me check when this is happening, and I'm going to announce who we're going to have for BTR coming up in the next couple of weeks. So here we go.
Do we have a New Year's stream planned, or is that...
Let's see. I mean, I'm not opposed to that, but here's what we are going to have. We are going to have Owen Cyclops and John Chavez talking about psychedelics. So that is coming up. And then we are going to have Thursday, December 30th, Liberty Lockdown, who has been on the show before, but finally he is joining us as a full-fledged Sowing Discourse. He's gone, obviously with the surname of Lockdown, he's gone through a pretty big, thing these past couple of years back. But it's going to be not just that; it's also going to be her and astrology. So it's going to be an astrology stream with her Gio, are you still there? My screen is frozen. I don't know why
I'm still here.
Yes, I have no idea why the screen is frozen. I cannot move my mouse. I cannot do anything. I don't know what is happening on the screen right now. It is almost as if my consciousness has been, oh, there we go. All right. This has happened to us before, Gio. Don't panic. And by the way, everybody subscribe. Who is listening to this, everybody subscribe.
Ariel retweets Amy Therese. I actually... Oh, by the way, now that you mention it, shout out to Amy Therese. Her grandfather recently passed away, unfortunately.
Oh, God.
Send your love to... She's a good friend of ours, good friend of the show. She's such a lovely person, and she was very close to her grandfather, so R.I.P. to Amy's grandfather, her papa. So, yeah. Jay Dyer and Kota. Maybe one day we'll get Jay Dyer on. I know people... Jay Dyer is a name that a lot of people request. Also, someone mentioned...
what we're going to call that stream? In Dire Straits.
That's actually pretty clever. Someone mentioned that Paul Vanderklay, who... he's a religious YouTuber, if I recall. He actually did a commentary stream on our Styx Pajou debate. So maybe we get Paul Vanderklay on to talk about... I've heard of his name, but I'm not that familiar with his work. If someone can red pill me on him, I'm going to go browse his channel. But he apparently did a lengthy commentary on our Styx versus Jonathan Pajou debate.
Nice.
And
I'm gonna have to take a look.
I know
at that.
some people were salty after the Pajou debate. That was about oh my God, my heckin' favorite mutual. No. Oh, you insulted him. But anyways, get good old boys. We had Bogbeav on. Maybe we'll get the other guys on too. That would be great.
And also we are gonna have the Mike Cernovich stream with Styx and Health Nut. That is coming up as well. Don't worry, that is not going anywhere. The proposed date right now is Tuesday, January 11th, and I hope it's going to stick to that date, and everything should be fine from there on in. This is pretty much it. Listen, I have no idea where Ariel is. I wanted to conclude. I wanted to go to Super Chats. If it's okay with you guys, I'm going to go to Super Chats right now because I have no idea.
Did he send you a message, Lev, or maybe his phone died?
Yeah, maybe his phone died because I'm not seeing anything in the messenger over here.
Get Ortho Roosh on. Lev, will we have Roosh on? That could be interesting.
Yeah, that would be a pretty interesting idea.
What's funny though? Yeah. Like his great conversion, everything. I've actually been reading Roosh for years now. I mean, not I don't agree with everything he says. There's certain stuff, but no, I've been reading Roosh for quite a long time actually. Oh man, I don't know if I should admit that or not, but I remember one time this guy freaked out on me in university because it was when Roosh was getting banned from Toronto. Where the fucking piece of shit mayor, John Tory. By the way, fuck you, John Tory. You are one of the worst mayors Toronto's ever had. You can't hold a candle to Mel Lastman. Go fuck yourself. And I shouldn't say that, or else I'm going to the Human Rights Commission. He tried to ban. He tried to get private companies or places to ban Roosh V from doing his seminar. John Tory, mayor of Toronto, who, by the way, fumbled every fucking major issue in Toronto. Can't hold a candle to Mel Lastman. Fuck off. Sorry.
Gio, do you know who else John Tory cannot hold a candle to?
Who?
John Wig.
Oh, John. You're bad. Yeah, we've had the distributors on multiple times. We might get him on again, but of course, Dave, he's got his own family obligations and everything. Michael Witchcroft, Brother Augustine would be another great show. Reagan Lodge. We gotta get Reagan Lodge on again. He has this big comic thing he's doing that we should shill for. But also, we're gonna get Owen Cyclops on. Owen Cyclops, by the way, go to his website, go to Amazon. He has a new book of all of his comics and illustrations out. So when we do the Owen Cyclops stream, we're gonna shill pretty hardcore for Owen Cyclops.
And also, I believe that he still has the Humble Tornado charity where you are going to get stickers. So here is the image for that. Everybody make sure to
Gio, you've always been exposed as a coomer, so reading Roosh is no surprise. It's funny, though...
but what's better, by the way, reading Rouge or pleasuring yourself to Rouge, the bat?
Yeah. John Tory can never hold a candle to Rob Ford, okay? Rob Ford was the greatest mayor Toronto has ever had. Okay, he would have been the premier if stomach cancer didn't take him out. I hate to say this, the wrong Ford brother died. Look into my eyes. The wrong Ford brother died. Okay? I that's a shoot. You can quote me on that. Okay? Not to say I wish death upon Doug Ford. I don't. But I'm just saying, if I had to choose between which one to die of stomach cancer, you guaranteed it wouldn't be Rob Ford, okay? Rob Ford was a fucking saint, and he actually was a good mayor. I'm not saying that just because he was a meme. He actually was. He did a lot of good for the city of Toronto.
Hey, Gio, guess what? BTR got a new $5 patron 13 minutes ago from Tito. I wonder if this is the famous Tito of Chris Chan fame, if you know what I'm talking about here.
Surf Shack Tito.
Surf Shack Tito.
Well, maybe, I think I probably, Lev, if you could message actually, I don't know if you would want. He'd probably come on. Borzy would probably come on.
Well, let's see again. Like anytime.
I know. Listen, Lev. I know that you know.
No. What did I say? What did I say? Hold on. Yeah. Well, anyway, we're gonna figure it out. But anyway,
I think Borzy would be much more open to coming on than other people of that.
Well, I would love to. There's a friend of mine who actually has the dog. You know, like the Borzy dog. I would love to bring that dog.
Well, we had Dogbot on, and they're friends with each other. They do shows together.
I don't think we ever had Dogbot on.
We had Dogbot on.
No?
We had him done 2 times.
No, we didn't. Did we?
Yes, we did. Go look it up. We had Dogbot on.
Okay, so we had Dogbot on. Okay, good. Okay, next super chat time. Here we go. The ABC 1 2 3
Get Blue
4 5
Spike on. Yeah, he's like, I think he's like 20 years old now or something. He's older now.
Yes.
Going
to college right now. Probably became became an SJW. You know, he's that's going to be very interesting.
Well, I think he said he regrets doing what he did to Chris Chan.
Yeah.
Get Stryker. Oh, come on. You know Stryker wouldn't come on. Come on. Listen, it would be a good combo. I just don't know if Stryker would come on.
Ted Stryker, that's the name of, once again, Gio.
No, Eric Stryker. You know Eric Stryker.
Yeah, but Ted Stryker, that's from Airplane. You remember Airplane? That was a good movie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, like...
no, but again, Gio, my rule...
Well, he's good friends with Joel. I could probably get...
Well,
I don't know. I could probably talk to Joel about it.
Gio, I'm going to tell you my rule right now, okay? I'm the host. I can't be in the position of always being the one to defend myself with nobody else there who's going to be on my side.
Yeah, I know. You're right.
Which is why when we would bring them on, and I'm open to that, we just have to have other people there who would be more in my camp. That's all I'm saying. But anyway.
Well, I know that like that would be the main focus if we were to get Stryker. I hate to say it.
No, we'd probably do it on BitChute or something. No, not BitChute, Odyssey. We'd probably do it on Odyssey. But anyway, here, ABC 1 2 3 4 5 6 399, $2. The geo censoring here is real.
Oh yeah, well that I wasn't talking that much in the beginning of the stream. I think that's what they were referring to.
No, I'm not going to stop you from talking again. You know, my whole thing.
Look, Nick Larson, I was obviously kidding, but you're funny, you're entertaining it. No, like, I mean, there's plenty of things I disagree with Stryker. It's just that he would be a fun convo, I think.
Remember that?
No, I know you brought up that stream with Destiny. I know. There's a lot of things, like, okay, I was watching a stream he did with Joel about China and that, and there were some things I disagree with him on, but I think, he's on the ball with a lot of things. I just know that the problem with bringing on is that, you know, it would be an obvious issue with Lev's ethnicity. It would be an obvious issue. But
no, but again, as long as there's more people than just me who think the way I do about this kind of issue.
People know who've been following BTR. Listen, I've always said that Borzy is a great guy. And we had a little bit of a tiff, but he came to me, he apologized, and to me, that's a sign of a good man. To me, Borzy is a good man in my eyes. And I think that out of all the people of that side of things, I think he would probably be a great stream because I don't think he would make it much of an issue with your, ethnicity, Lev. I don't know. Who knows? But
again,
Borzi's always been great. But I always respected his content.
But regardless of any of the opinions, just like what was happening with that stream earlier on, the one...
Tommy Sotomayor?
Yeah, Tommy Sotomayor. I think it is important... No, I do think it is important for a lot of these issues to be brought up. The one, if I were to go back in time and change one thing, I would say that the people I'm talking about, like I said earlier in the stream, I wouldn't describe them as being smart. I would describe them as being educated. And I would also describe them as...
What do you mean by smart, Lev? That's kind of...
No, okay, smart, I would say when I say smart, it's closer to wise. By smart, I mean somebody who actually has common sense and who has enough wisdom to value certain things. But I know a lot of people who are educated, who went to good universities, who are completely dumb, but they're educated, meaning they know the right things to say in order to get into certain positions.
Well, Lev, I've always said this. Yes, I believe Borzi would act in good faith. Listen, Lev, I think the problem was that you kind of harped on it a bit too much last stream. I think maybe I was trying to tell you, like, maybe just, a little bit...
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm always going to be relentless when it comes to this kind of thing.
But, like, okay, there's defending yourself, but also, like, I'm saying, like, in terms of just the repetition of, like, going back to the same point. That's my thing. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
but there is the Jesse Lee Peterson angle, though. So when a point was not understood, I have to clarify it. When, for example, Sotomayor made a different point than the one that I was making, I had to go back and I had to say what exactly I meant to clarify things up. And we did at the end, like, agree to disagree, but I think that we both understood where we were coming from. Where, again, for those in the chat, for example, who were saying that, I'm never going to go against my people or anything like that, why the fuck was I mentioning that director, what's his name, Seth Rogen, all the time? I do go after anybody who I see as being, very leftist.
Yeah, hold but on, like when Tommy was saying that you throw that out as an example to be like, here's my token example of someone that I hate.
No, I could throw out more people. I could throw out that Swedish lady. I don't remember her, Spectre.
Or something. Barbara Spectre.
Yes, I could throw out Barbara Spectre any of the week. But I would.
They made a lot of red meat. The White Nationalists. They used her for a decade. Like,
is she even real? Is Barbara?
She is
Spectre,
real. Like, she is genuinely evil. But like, here's the thing. It's like to me.
But Gio, like, these are leftists. This is the other thing.
Yeah,
these are leftists,
I know.
Some of whom, like Barbara Spectre, maybe she's like full of faith and stuff like that as far as being Jewish. But a lot of these Hollywood people, they are self-hating Jews. They love Palestine. They love the third world. They hate America. And they have nothing in common at all with the Coen brothers, nor do they have anything in common with the conservative... hold on. They have nothing in common with the conservative Jews who live in Brooklyn, for example, who have like the Trump posters and stuff like that.
Well, like,
so this is it's an ideology. It's an ideology. And what I was trying to say earlier, I know you keep one quick thing and then I'm going to stop. I think, to sum it up, is that this is an ideology and people who are both Jewish and non-Jewish take this mantle up, and there will be enough people who are Jewish within this particular industry already. So this industry has been infected by leftism, so of course most of the people are going to have those kind of talking points within certain... And I'm not even going to say all of Hollywood. I think most people are phoning it in just to be safe, just so they don't get fired. People who are Jewish and non-Jewish alike.
Well, go ahead.
No, but as far as just the most rabidly leftist organizations out there, though, those people who are true believers, they would genuinely not like their own people. And in general, they would be people who would wish to get rid of anything that they see as Western, while you have other people who, like I said before, dress up like the 1950s, or even secular Jewish people who love the opera, who love high theater, who are, I would say classic liberals who want to preserve a lot of the things that do make New York City safe and would be the ones who would be voting in somebody who would create order, while at the same time, you have no idea how many Jewish professors I've met in New York City who would want nothing more than for Palestine to take Israel over, and they are fully Jewish if we're talking about genetically, yet they have no connection whatsoever with me or my family or any other Jew. It's like when Sotomayor tried to make this assumption that, I'm just picking out, here's an example of... No, it's bigger than that. That's my whole point. That when he's talking about, the specific pattern that he's noticing, it's so much bigger, the amount of people who are not subscribed to that it isn't like saying, well, there are some kids, some black kids who grew up in bad neighborhoods, who managed to get out of the ghetto. My whole point is that is actually that particular problem within the ghetto that we could say is so widespread and so clear. While this particular thing that I'm talking about, you have completely different cultures of Jewish people in completely different communities that have nothing to do with this leftist tribe at all. And those are plenty in number, and those are not the exceptions. So that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. No, Gio is a Moor. Gio is Moroccan. Well, I'm half Southern Italian, so there's probably some more blood there. Yes, inshallah, my brothers. I always wanted to visit Morocco and Turkey. I always wanted to visit the Grand Bazaar, and I always wanted to visit Marrakesh. So, no.
Wait. Speaking of Islam,
Oleg
by the way,
if that's who I was referring to. Yeah, thank you. Who? Scroll up, Lev. Scroll up.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Here we go. Speaking of Islam.
Elon Bust. Yeah, thank you. Yes. Yeah, I was thinking of Noel Ignatieff. Lev, do you denounce Noel Ignatieff, who wants to eliminate? I think he died recently. He was the professor that talked about how we should eliminate whiteness and all that. You know that guy?
Yes, of course I denounce him, but I denounce him as a leftist. I don't denounce him as something that I already said before. A majority of people who share this particular genetic attribute would completely
but you would say
the
counter argument they would give is that people with this certain genetic attribute have a animus against Western white Christian civilization, blah blah blah. I don't want to get into this. I don't want to get into this.
Real quick. I would answer that by saying I think that is completely ridiculous because the ones who have the animus, they are the ones who display all those signs of leftism. The ones who do not have the animus, they're the people who actually ended up integrating into not just the United States, but Gio, you may have some Jewish DNA inside of you as well, and you may not realize it.
That.
No, because
us Italians are pretty hardcore anti-Semites. No, maybe.
But
it's
again,
possible.
It's a different definition of anti-Semitic, meaning that back in Europe, except for Spain, where they were considered to be like the Moran, the Jewish people who converted to Catholicism, yet they were still suspect. They were still sus. Other than them, when Jewish people converted in Europe to Christianity, that was it. Martin Luther had zero problems at all with Jews. In fact, he would have loved for any Jew to convert to Christianity, and he was so upset.
You're not making a good case, Lev. I mean, Mark, come on, Protestantism? Come on, get out.
Okay, fine. But
you're not making a good case for yourself.
No. But my point, Gia, I know. My
I'm
point
only half
is that
kidding.
Half kidding. Yes, I know. No, it's not so much about Protestantism as it is about how when Jewish people converted to Christianity, they were not looked at as Jews anymore. They did not have the same genetic thing that started rising in the 20th century, maybe a little bit earlier than that. That was a relatively recent phenomenon. We could say maybe with Darwinism or whatever, but that was how they looked at it there. Today, I would say there are plenty of Jewish people who, just like European people, though I would say that a lot of Jews are European, there's no difference. I would say that a lot of those people are integrating themselves to be as good of an American as they can. And I don't count the people who are leftist. I'm talking about the people who, not just in America, but before America, in Imperial Russia, for example, or Latvia, or wherever the hell, they wanted to be the best that they could be of this particular nation that they were in. We look at, the Russians, in Russia they have this phrase, "негодяй." Do you know what "негодяй" means? No gooder.
Nikada. Oh, yeah. Like an outsider.
So there's this Russian Jewish expression, «позволяй, чтобы у нас тоже были наши негодяи». What that basically means is, please allow us to have our own, no-gooders. Because the way that it's been phrased is like any time somebody who happens to be of Jewish descent does something bad, that's who the fingers are always pointed at, not to, somebody who is non-Jewish who also does that. And the proliferation, like I said before, of certain positions in media and things like that, I would equate with people in general who are Jewish, they went into those particular industries, and and again, not all Jews went in there, but those who did, they were very educated, and because they were educated, they were able to get promoted up, and the nepotism that people talk about has to do with ideology. Where you know what I mean. Well, if I was somebody who decided to go to Huffington Post and decide to give a different spin to their stories, they wouldn't like me very much. They'd fire me. So why would they would rather take in some awful affluent white what is the word? Affluent
white female liberal.
Yes, exactly. Any day of the week than somebody like me. Where do you see this whole, this whole nepotism playing out with somebody like me, or with somebody who's like a conservative Jewish person who would love Donald Trump?
Well, Sid reminds us that Martin Luther wrote probably the most anti-Semitic book in human history. So I don't know about that. Lev, why are neocons Zion?
Well, again,
you know why? Because they have this end time, biblical evangelical thing.
That's a portion of the neocons. There is another portion of the neocons, and I do have to look at.
They may have business dealings with
more.
Israel.
No, but again, even there, you look at a lot of these things like it's all like it's win or lose. Just like
it's win or lose, because I think the whole anti-Muslim thing was a psyop, in my opinion, when it came to 2010s neoconservatism. I think that was a huge mistake. I mean, I know because of 9/11, obviously, but I think if they would have stopped the surge when they got rid of most of the Taliban in 2001, then you wouldn't have had the migrant crisis. You wouldn't have had all the negative outcomes in the Middle East. And the reason for that, Lev, I know we're going to disagree, is because certain interests within that certain nation provoked them into, the whole thing.
But my
I don't want to get it. I know.
No, we're gonna have to talk about it later with your dad, and I also want to bring somebody on who's actually from there to talk as well. But and we do have to.
Gang up on me now. Well, I'm gonna bring in Joel Davis to that stream
okay,
too.
Good. Okay. Hold on a second. So or we could have two. We have you and your dad, then we have a follow-up one. But anyway, the point that I was getting to here, Gio, is that I would be interested in, if you don't want to say it here, if you're afraid about YouTube, whatever, in general, I would be interested about what you would say would be the motive. What exactly they would want from that to happen in the long term. Because here's what I see.
Well, I'm not as hardcore as a lot of these other people. I don't think it's explicitly...
I'm just saying, if you're going to do something that drastic, then you're going to have a reasonable motive behind doing that. I'm not saying a good motive, but I'm just saying, what would be the motive of having this done? How would this benefit you? What I would say has benefited, let's say, if we are talking about the relations between Middle Eastern nations and Israel, like I was talking about in earlier shows, Egypt, Israel, peace. Saudi, Israel, peace. All these Muslim nations, Iran, Israel, peace. And guess what? Guess what Israel and these nations aren't doing? They're not fighting anymore. They're not killing each other. And who has a problem with that? The Israelis don't want to fight Egypt. They don't want to fight Saudi.
I'm sure if they had the power to, they probably would. But
no, they don't. See, that's the big difference.
Yeah, they would.
No, why? Why would you want to waste time fighting? This is it's a one-dimensional caricature, Gio.
Gio, you say America, but you actually mean the United States corporate entity. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, there's a separation there. No, here's the thing, and I'm going to get heat from the white nats from this. I think the Israel thing is only one portion of it, in my opinion. The other portion is that...
Why is it even a portion? That's what I don't understand. You're not even giving...
I mean, obviously they want to have a certain amount of instability in the Middle East, so of course those Muslim nations don't focus on them.
Gio, they already made peace with the Muslim nations. Why do they want them to be unstable?
They didn't make peace with Iran. They didn't make peace with Iraq. They didn't make peace with Afghanistan. They didn't make peace with Qatar.
No, Gio, this whole thing, here's why this whole thing
is... maybe Qatar, I don't know.
Gio, this is why this whole thing is dumbassery. I'll say it in one
sentence.
sentence.
Listen,
hold on, Gio, you gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish here.
You didn't let me finish, actually.
Okay, you finish, and then I'll finish.
I was gonna say the Israeli thing, the Israel lobby was only one aspect of it. It was a big one, but the other one, of course, is that if you read Zbigniew Brzezinski's Grand Chessboard, they needed to control that region of the Middle East because it would negate powers of Russia and China as well. China wouldn't be able to build the Northern Pipeline and other reasons. They planned all this out in the 80s, by the way. So Israel is, of course, lobbying because they have to have a certain degree of instability with those regions of the Middle East. But another part of it was just the globalists being globalists.
And I disagree with the statement about Israel, and here's why.
Lev, I'm giving you a bone.
I agree with the bone, but I'm bigger than that. I'm not just going to get the bone like a dog and chew
Philip
on
Daniel,
it.
preamble to the Iranian Constitution. You're right.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm not just gonna chew on this bone in my backyard, being chained up. What I am,
Lev, you have to realize at one point that you got to admit that there are nefarious actors within your nation of choice.
Like I said before, everybody has their fair share of assholes, but you don't understand my point. I'm going to finish the point so you will understand. If you were... Hold on, think about this for a second. If you were in the position of Israel, what would be better for you than to have Iran and Iraq at each other's throats all the time? That is so nice.
They tried, it didn't work. In the 80s, by 85, it was over. They gassed a bunch of Kurds, and that was it.
No, wait. What do you mean it didn't work? You had this
the Iran-Iraq war, which was engineered by the British, the Americans, and the Mossad.
Hold on. So if you have Iran and Iraq that were going at it, why not continue that thing, going on? Why get rid of Saddam? Why get rid of somebody who was going to be at the throat of Iran? That just seems very convenient if you're going that direction with it.
It was totally irrational because Saddam, of course, was better for Israel than anyone else. Obviously.
Yeah, so then why would Israel... See, that's why I have a big problem.
Because they made a gamble with the other powers, the other Anglo-American powers, that they could fully secure the Middle East. They could lock it down because all those dictators like Saddam, the Baathists were a thorn in their side as well because they were the ones who were going to control the oil prices, obviously. Now, I don't agree with these lefties, these Noam Chomsky people that say that, it was because of oil, bro. No, it wasn't just because of oil. There was other interests there. A lot of it was because of oil. A lot of it was because of the geopolitical interests of both America, Israel, and the British. But it was more nuanced than just like at the end of the day, it was totally irrational. They shot themselves in the foot when they got rid of Saddam, obviously, because you're presupposing that these people are like Superman that can like foresee the future. I mean,
well, some people think that, I'm sure. No, but you're also presupposing that the particular...
Do you think bio-POCs don't? No, I think bio-POCs have agency, Philip. I just think that, that's what I mean. I think the Baathists were a thorn in the side of full receivership of the Middle East by the Anglo-American empire, in my opinion, the corporatized empire, the neoliberals.
Okay, so if we are talking about the corporatized empire, I don't see what that necessarily has to do with the particular security of Israel, especially Geo, if I would give them a little bit more credit to think that something like this would be incredibly destructive. And again, if they were able to make peace with a lot of these Muslim countries, why not just do that with the rest? And have those
they want to
Iranians
do with that.
and Iraqis
Yeah, they want to do that
with
the rest. Well, it's because the Saudi royal family is in bed with them, but they wanted to do that. They wanted to go through. Zbigniew Brzezinski said, let's go from Iraq to Iran to Yemen to Qatar to all of those places. They wanted to get rid of all of them. Syria was another big one. Syria being a disaster. The only reason that they lost is because Assad, through the skin of his teeth, through the baseness of his heart, is the only way that he's managed to weather the storm.
But hold on, though. You're talking about these Muslim countries being gotten rid of and destabilized. As far as a lot of these countries go right now, okay, what do we have? We have Egypt.
We're gonna have to cut this short because I have to go. Actually,
I know.
It's 6 o'clock because we've been going forever. Did John Mouse message you, or is he?
I don't know. Well, John
missing
Mouse.
in action.
John Mouse. We didn't have
Fuck Ariel Pink. Damn. Ariel Pink. My mind is turning to mush right now.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Because I really didn't want to talk about this again, Lev. Please.
Yes. No, but look, Gio, we're able.
You have to talk about
it.
This with Joel Davis. I feel.
We are able to talk about this in a.
Did
very
you watch
civilized...
the video where he's talking with the guy from Israel? Did you watch that, Lev?
Hold on, I was working on the crypto art, so send me all these videos, and I'm going to take.
It's an 8-hour stream, but the last part gets pretty spicy.
Okay,
based in Assad pill. I was always Assad pill, bro. I remember I had this tweet about God bless Assad and his family, but I deleted it because this irony leftists, they found it and like.
No, but again, I don't understand about this whole thing that people in the chat are talking about with destabilization. Why is destabilization beneficial? No, not even that. That's the wrong question to ask. If we see examples right now of these wealthy Middle Eastern countries that have made peace with Israel, they're not destabilized. Why is destabilization necessary?
Because they inherently don't trust them, Lev. They don't trust a stable Egypt. They don't trust a stable Jordan. They always have in the back of their mind that these Muslims are going to get them eventually.
Well, first of all, you don't know what's going on in anybody's mind but your own. That's number one.
I know for a fact that...
Hold on. I know you know
that
for a
Bibi
fact.
is a pretty paranoid guy.
Okay,
let's face it.
Hold on, Gio, that's not the point. Everybody's going to be...
Are you a fan of Bibi, Lev?
Hold on. Everybody's going to be... I have to look at him a little bit more, but hold on. Everybody's going to be a little bit paranoid now and again. That's not the issue. People could have a lot of things.
Likud is inherently
Gio,
paranoid as a political party.
Hold on, Gio.
Likud is inherently paranoid.
Okay,
Come on, Lev.
no, Gio, that's fine. I don't care. You could be as paranoid as you want. My only concern is what are your actual policies when it comes to the relations that you have with other countries that are actually in the mode of not wanting to annihilate. Hold on.
That's the problem.
That are not in the mode of annihilating you, because you forget, Gio, Israel has been in the state of war since its very inception.
With the other countries, they make too much out of that annihilation stuff. They make too much out of it.
No. If we're talking about the entire Middle East ganging up on Israel, just like you gang up on me on some of the streams, but...
I don't gang up on you. You gang up on me all the time, Lev.
Hold on, Gio. As far as...
Lev, I'm feeling like I could be camp by right now. No, I'm kidding. I don't even joke about that shit. I would never snake on you, Lev.
Thank you, buddy. Me neither. So I'm just saying that when it comes to having a relationship with these countries which formerly wanted to kill you, now you made peace... They're not out to kill you right now. I mean, sure, everybody should watch their
maybe
back.
not. You're right. Maybe not with Jordan. Maybe not with Egypt, and maybe not with certain parts of Syria that they could have worked.
Only
with.
the parts that still want to annihilate it. Which, if you were in their position, why would that be wrong? And I'm just saying, I think they'd be smarter than to perpetuate this dumbassery of destabilizing the one counter to Iran that they had in the region.
Misty Fizz is right. It goes beyond Israeli interests or British interests. You're right. This is like... The reason for this, Lev, is because from time immemorial, order through chaos has always been a tactic of every empire. That's been an optimal condition when you're dealing with any existential threat from the outside, is that you need that level of chaos in order to operate seamlessly. And the British have done that with every single tribe they've ever conquered, including the Indians. The Americans have done. Us Romans were masters of it. You know what we did to those people in Germania? You don't want to know. By the time Hadrian came along, but that's what I mean. Like, the ring around Israel is advantageous to them for now. It's the Saudis, the Egyptians, the Jordanians. Oh, except for that one place, the Palestinians. But like, in terms of like that's what I mean. The comfort, but it's outside of the ring of influence that they're worried. They're scared shitless about. So that like Iran and Iraq and so forth. So Syria,
Yeah. So why don't we just get them to just stop fucking around with all of these nuclear ammunitions and all these threats? Why can't
because
they
feel that with a nuclear power right at their border that equally hates them, that people within the Likud party have talked about, like Minecrafting all of Iran. I mean, this goes both ways, Lev. You know what I mean? Like, there's people within your representatives of the Israeli government who've talked about getting rid of Iran. With You know what I mean? Like, you can't just look at, the mullahs or whatever. Like,
no, I can't just look at the mullahs, but what I can say is that if Iran was in such a state that Jordan is right now, we wouldn't be having this conversation. And that, to me, is what it comes down to. Yet, here's what I would say, though, Gio. To support you a little bit here, I would say that, who knows, there may be certain bad actors that have, let's say, a higher hand to play in a lot of these international things that would go beyond Israel or the U.S. or any of these countries, where you could say that they wouldn't even have any country. What I would say, though, is that just like you would have honorable people in the United States, you have plenty of honorable people in Israel. Not only that, but I would say the United States should copy something that the IDF does, which is in the IDF. Oh. Hold on, Gio. See, already, like, you gotta hear me out. Gotta hear me out, buddy. In the IDF, the higher commanders, like the people who were promoted to higher positions, they're the ones who, in any kind of military engagement, they're the ones who go first. And the lesser, like the recruits, they're the ones who go last. And that is a morale booster. That is something Alexander the Great used to do. That is a sign of a society that actually has honor, and it is honor that is shared between Jews,
I agree.
Jews
I mean,
and non-Jews
trans
alike.
Military commanders in America, they have to go for
Yes, Jews and non-Jews alike. They have the Shiva Medical Center, where plenty of Arabian, Muslims and Arabian Jews work there as well. So this is actually not a bad example of diversity working out, in the sense that there is still a loyalty among so many people there towards the state, towards not the state, towards the nation rather.
Well, they're an ethno-state, Lev. They're
not. That is
theocratic
exactly what I said.
ethno-state.
That is exactly
Israel
what I
is
said
based
before.
in red
No,
pill in that regard.
It is not an ethno-state. That's my whole point. They have
come
Arabians,
on,
they have Jews.
Lev.
No, Arabian is the second language of Arabian is the second language of parliament there, Gio.
Because they have all those serfs that they have to deal with in their borders. They treat like slaves.
Gio, what are you talking about, serf? You know what we should do? We should get like Arabian.
Have you seen those? There was this documentary about Arab
into
construction gangs in Israel, how they're terribly mistreated.
Okay, look, if they are mistreated and that is bad, and you know what I find? Hold on, no,
we're gonna cut off this stream. Lev, just please, no more.
Hold on,
no more.
Here's what we do find.
Save it for the BTR exclusive.
Hold on. Here's what we do find. That one example, which again for YouTube reasons I'm not gonna get fully into, but that one example with the Ethiopian women that had that certain. Where did Gio go?
Anyway, done.
Okay. With the
my mother is like, what's wrong with
fine,
you? I have to go.
Okay, hold on a second. That one example with the Ethiopian women and the whole birth control thing that they were claiming was, so from what I understand, I read up on that. What ended up happening there was, number one, the birth control that was given to them not by Israelis, but that was given to them during their venture into, through the borderlands, wherever there were like the checkpoints, stuff like that. That's number one. Number two, as soon as it was actually brought forth that this kind of stuff was happening to the women by the activist organizations within Israel, this was addressed, a letter was written, and it was followed up on by members of the government. And you know what they did? They put a stop to it. They made sure that any time...
Well, when they were exposed by journalists, Lev, that's...
No, and again, when you mean they were not able to have any frame at all that this was like some big government conspiracy. This was something that was done with the border people and then with the doctors who had that information.
That's a separate argument, is that they give the border people, the border guard, way too much leeway within the IDF.
Yeah, that's fine, but then we're not talking...
I mean, look what they do to the children that throw rocks at them.
There
have been a number of cases where
those were non-Israelis. The people in the border checkpoints, when we were talking about specifically the Ethiopians who were going there, number one, they were non-Israelis. Number two, Israel's government was the one who actually wanted all of the migration from Ethiopia to occur, and there are numerous Ethiopian people living there right now who were giving birth
in order
to
to displace the native Palestinian people.
Hold on. Oh, again, Gio, you come up with all these various things, but my point is that
I'm right.
You're completely wrong.
Look at Paul Town but shout out to my boy Paul Town.
Shout out to Paul Town.
IDF girls. Look what he says. IDF girls, though. Apparently, they're not real, Paul. They brought in Ukrainian models and Russian models to model for the IDF.
That is completely false. I'm going to send you photos of people who I know the photographer of personally who are native.
The average IDF
Israeli.
Woman looks like Gila Klein, okay?
Okay, Gio, this has gone far enough. No,
I'm kidding. There's plenty of hot IDF women.
Hold on, Gio. Here is why you're the superhero with the two buttons right now, okay? Because on one hand, you think that the Israeli government has some special plot, for undoing the numbers of these Ethiopian women. Yet at the same time, you think that they're bringing in the Ethiopians to, overpopulate.
I love Ethiopian women. They're pretty hot.
So Gio, which one is it? You can't think both at the same time. Either they're bringing
I'm just saying that Israel has a history of strategically bringing in foreigners to to displace a lot of these Palestinians. Come on.
But number one, if that is the
settlements are a different issue.
Gio, hold on. Number one, if you think that is the case, you cannot hold the opinion that at the same time they're trying to reduce the population of those same people. Those are two contradictory things, Gio. You cannot hold both at the same time, which is why I think all of this is just a bunch of dumbassery, and we should go beyond it.
But every empire has strategically used immigration to displace certain problematic populations within their borders.
So if you're going with that one, then you're not going with the one with the birth control. Great, I'm happy you went with that one.
No, I mean they could both be true, obviously.
No, they cannot be both true. If we're talking,
they don't want the Palestinians or the Ethiopian people
then
to
why do they
reproduce
bring the Ethiopians
with lovely
in?
IDF women.
Oh God. Okay, Gio, this has gone far enough. I don't know what to say anymore.
Paul Town, are you kidding me? There's a lot of hot Ethiopian women. What are you talking? There's a lot of green Ethiopian models actually.
And the Ethiopian.
Not to say I condone, among the races. I'm just saying that. Never mind. I get into trouble with me posting about the loveliness of other ethnic women. I know.
Yeah, listen,
I get
Gio,
into trouble.
I think, again, all of this scheming that you have in your head, that some people, whether in Israel or the U.S. or wherever, like I said before, there's always going to be bad guys out there, regardless of where they're from. It's just very funny that when anybody comes around that is a bad guy within that region or that nationality,
Misty,
whatever, they're the ones
that
are being pointed at all the time. You know what I think it is? I think it's jealousy. That's what I think it is at the end of the day.
Listen, I'm just saying that Israel, they tend to bring in other, for example, there's a lot of Russian immigration to Israel right now. I'm just saying that they have little ways of inflating the numbers, cooking the books here and there, so that they can justify their settlements, which I think is wrong. I think whatever you think about Israel and their existence, I think that they should stop the settlements now, in my opinion. That's not a controversial take.
No, well, hold on, Gio. The only reason I'd say not all of them, but some of them may have a strategic thing there. It has to do with those Katyusha rockets. But again, that's going into a whole other. We're not going to get into that right now. Save it. Let's save it for the thing with the stream later on. But this has been a very fascinating conversation. Let's see.
Some Palestinians are Arab balkanized Slavs like the Bushnaks. Yeah, that is true. Gio is just upset he doesn't have an IDF girl. Well, I don't know. It's really funny because in New York, Italian men have a history of going after Lev's women.
I would say, though, finally, one thing to kind of finish this off. That when Jewish people...
I wouldn't mind a Jewish broad.
I know. Well, Italians and Jews...
I need a Karen.
Really well.
I'm going to be like Henry Hill, like Carrie and Karen.
Other than Giovanni Pennacchietti, most Italians and Jews actually get along. But anyway, what I wanted to get to right now, one final parting shot that I would say, Gio, is that here's my theory, okay? My theory is that when Jewish people settled in certain European lands, people say, oh, they kicked out here, kicked out there. Here's my theory why. They settled in the lands, they started agriculture, and they were really fucking good at it, and everybody was jealous of how good they were at the
agriculture. Oh my god, it wasn't just jealousy, Lev. Come on.
Yes, it was.
Come on, Lev. No,
yes, it was.
You're doing this just to goad me into saying something anti-Semitic.
Look at all the Jewish chess grandmasters. How do you explain
that? Could 109 countries... Never mind, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing the bit. I'm not doing it. We had a brilliant stream with Ariel Pink. We had a legendary stream, and now we have to ruin it with this crap.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Because again, just like we had with Tommy Sotomayor, I think it does come down to jealousy. They hate us because they hate us.
It's not jealousy. It's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
It is. We're ending this
Maybe
stream.
Sometimes, but it's not. Oh, come on, Lev. It's more nuanced than that.
No, I think it is a projection of the worst things that all people
Gio,
are
look at
capable
Village
of.
Statistics 1945.
I think these are projections of all things bad that all people are capable of, specifically leveled
No, but come on, Lev, you have to realize how that sounds to people when you say that. It's like, whoa, they're just jealous of us. Like, you know what I mean? Like I'm just saying, like, in terms of, like, I know we're memeing on each other, but I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of nuanced complex. There's a lot of nuanced reasons why.
No, but the question is, what do you do from that?
Anti-Semitism has come about throughout
history. Gio, when I say the jealousy part, what I want you to take away from that is not to feel bad. What I want you to take away from that is, if there are certain things, if there are certain things that are being excelled at by anybody, why not be like them? Why not excel to the same extent?
We just got jealous 130 times.
Yes, you did, Gio. Yes, you did. And it'll keep
Megan
happening.
Lodge, Jewish and Lebanese women are hot prey for the beautiful aristocratic Semitic noses that have been... Well, I mean, apparently someone was saying CISS that Italians and Lev's people share a unique phenotype together. That's bullshit. I don't believe that. That can't be true. I mean, you know how many Italian... Never mind. I mean, it could be true. I mean, notice how... both Italians and Jewish actors can play each other in movies. Maybe
That's
there's
true.
something to it. There's something to it.
No, but also with any of the stuff that we're talking about, I want to be specific. I am not speaking about any racial
Wait,
or
look
any...
at what Philip is saying.
What
Can
is
you
Philip?
really condemn Zionism without condemning Western Arab, Turkish colonial conquests? Can the latter be based if the former is not? Listen, Philip, you know my answer to that. They're both not based, okay? We have to take all of the land for Christendom. That is my opinion.
Good.
U.S. Sicilian, thank you, my brother, for coming.
One final thing, hold on. One final thing that I want to say there is that when I talk about this, I am not saying this in the scope of there is some ethnic, genetic thing going on here. My whole point is that it's a cultural...
Can't help that you're jealous.
It's a cultural thing, Gio. It's a cultural thing. It's having an intact family together.
Shit.
It's having families pass on values to their kids. It's focusing on the family and focusing on education. If you focus on...
narcissism.
Oh, Lord. What is going on? What is going on, Gio? What is going on?
Oh, my God, Lev. Oh, my God. I love you, bro. I love you, bro.
I love you too, buddy.
I feel bad.
I
feel bad.
Why do you feel bad? Why do you feel bad?
Because we always talk about this, and it's like I just want to avoid the subject for now. I know it's red meat for the audience. I know. It's just like...
No, I see no reason to avoid...
know.
I see no reason to avoid it because I'm speaking from the heart when I am saying that if you want to have a better family, if you don't want to have fatherless kids with the fathers, banging this and every broad that they happen to meet... If you don't want those to be the people that are going to be in your lives, then you have to improve your community, you have to improve your society. Don't point the fingers at people who are doing that part of it better. I'm not speaking about Hollywood media, any of that stuff. I'm specifically speaking about what does it take to have an intact family, to have a family that values education, to have a family that values the well-being of their kids and the education of their kids. If you focus on that, then it's going to be good from there on in. So focus on that.
Look at Reagan Lodge dropping red pills left and right. Italians used to play native indigenous people. They don't want to know about the Armaginian Italian Greco-Roman Armaginian trade routes of antiquity. That's true. They want to bury that from history. I swear to God.
Well,
look
they
at
also
any
want
wrestler.
to bury... Yeah.
Chief Jay Strongbow was the #1 booker for Memphis Wrestling. Ruined more careers in wrestling than steroids did, according to Honky Tonk Man. So he was also a full-blooded Italian. Of course, there was Steel Eyes Cody, who was a Sicilian. That was a great part with Ralph Cifaretto. He's like, we're going to go public with this. And then the chief was like, Chief Red Clay was like, go ahead. Then like Ralph left. He's like, damn it. I can't believe this. This is terrible.
Oh, by the way, hold on, to Nick Larson's comment about usury, why not do usury well like us? Knights Templar, Gio, Knights Templar.
It was different. It
Bankers.
was banking. It wasn't well, okay,
that was,
it
usury.
Kind of usury.
There
It
we
was kind
go.
of usury.
Fuck you. Fuck
But the
you.
Catholic
There
Church
we go.
denounced them after. They got rid of them.
Yeah, but Gio, the fact is that these things occur, and don't forget, it was the non-Jews who always flung that shit on the Jews because they didn't want to do their own banking. So what the fuck?
Because we had to dictate again. It was a good thing, too.
You know what they should have done? They should have said,
against...
they should have done, you know what? We don't trust these people so much. We don't want them to have anything to do with money. So we're going to forbid them from doing any usury. Why didn't they do that, Gio? Why didn't they do that, Gio?
We did shit the bed
See,
there. That was
it's a scapegoat. It's a scapegoat tactic because you don't want to take responsibility for your own fucking vices.
I'm just saying that we corrected the mistake with the Templars. We got over
and
it.
then kept going, like giving like the merchantcy. They can only be merchants. They can only be bankers.
It was
great
because
job.
the crowns.
Great job.
It was because by the time absolutism came, like de Juvenal said, by the time absolutism rose in Europe, they wanted to unshackle themselves from the proper authority of the church. That's why they empowered certain orders and certain peoples to commit acts of usury that would directly undermine the authority of the church. So.
Well, let's just say that was very juvenile of them. Anyway, final super chats, because I didn't read these. Here we go. By
the way, before we go, Philip Daniel had a great comment in the beginning of the stream where he said that all utopianism is a form of Manichaeanism or Gnosticism, because he said, and I quote, as soon as you buy into the idea of utopia, then inherently you are going to start the self-effacement, or what did he say? You're going to start the sort of peeling away of this world in order to fulfill that goal. The Catholic Church was in many ways worse than the... No! I'm going to ban Misty from the chat! You are banned from the chat! Martin Luther was based. Just because he wrote the most anti-Semitic book in history, now you got to counter-signal the Catholic Church by becoming a Protestant. Come on,
again, Gio, I'm giving Luther a slight pass just because, again, his was not genetic; it was just religious based. But anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, true story. 100 rubles, which is, let's see how much that is in the actual real money. That's $1.
Lev can't legally accept rubles, by the way.
$1.36. Oh man, well I wish Russia. No, seriously though, I do wish Russia best of luck, because they did have the that terrorist act that recently happened.
Oh, what happened?
There was a terrorist attack supposedly from some of the people in the the Chechenians. So apparently Kadyrov is not keeping as tight of a lid on all that shit as he should, and it's a really sucky situation too, because basically Putin pays off Kadyrov's people there and makes sure that they don't that they don't go to war with Russia again. But as a result, all the Muslim men there could do whatever they want with the Russian women out in the streets, and that is horrible. And that should be put a stop to.
The problem is, I mean, Lev, were you there during the first and second Chechenian wars?
No, I left in '93, so...
Yeah, you were... Yeah, no. They were brutal. They were, beyond brutal.
I'm not saying...
Terrible.
I'm not saying it's an easy way out, but just what they have right now, it's basically like in Seven Samurai, when the peasants had to keep feeding, the robbers. So anyway, there should be like a Russian Seven Samurai. Anyway,
but the problem is, Lev, I mean, like Russia, they're really being straitjacketed by the international community. I mean, what are they going to do? Are they going to go in Chechnya again? Like, I don't know.
No, I'm not saying there's
anything
an easy way
Putin
out.
does is going to be met with derision by this absolutely insane occupation in Washington right now. And in the EU.
Well, a certain thing should be met with derision.
I know you don't like
100%.
I know you don't like Putin.
I like Ukraine. Anyway.
Oh God! Now we're gonna have to argue about that.
Hold on, Minotaur, $5. Big fan of Ariel's music. Oh wait, did I read a true story? Shout out from Russia, Ariel. We love your music. Dumality, $5. I honestly didn't know about Ariel before the 1/6 thing with Tucker. LOL. Big agree on utopian futurism being cope. The past was always better. Well, again, I have a slightly different view, which isn't like the Gennady Stolyarov. That would be a great stream, by the way. Oh my god. Ariel Pink, Gennady Stolyarov II. Let's go! Let's fucking go.
Apparently our friend left social media recently, too. Speaking of Gennady.
Who left?
Sonny,
Gennady?
he's gone.
Oh,
Sonny,
right. Yeah.
He left.
Yeah, it's going to be
I don't know why. I think maybe he just... I don't know.
Yeah, it's going to be quite cloudy. Okay, Lisa Bode, Lev sounds jelly about Chechens. Okay, first of all, I'm not jealous of leopards just because they can run faster than me, and I'm not jealous of gorillas because they can throw a barrel like
Lev,
Donkey Kong.
Are you posting racism against the Chechnai?
I am basically saying that the culture that they're in right now, that they are in right now is not a high civilization culture.
You dare support the Ukrainians against the Russians? Your own mother Russia, when you have just posted racism against the Chechens?
Culturalism, not racism. They're just as white as the Russians
Oh, come on, Lev. You know when you insult the Chechens, it's because they're a different haplogroup than you, white Russian. That's why you say that they're Asiatic, they're Muslim, they're dirty.
They're not Asiatic. They're just as Russian, if not more Russian than some Russians.
Depends on what... Yeah, I mean, as soon as you get farther into the Euros, are they not more...
Have you seen, like, their beards, like the red beards and stuff like that?
Yeah. Who's that one, the one leader of the MMA? Is that does he run Chechnya, the MMA guy?
Well, he doesn't run Chechnya, but he's a part of Chechnya. Look, I get it, Gio.
No, I'm not talking about Megan, what's his name, Kabir. I'm talking about the leader of that one place that says we have no gays there. He loves MMA.
I mean,
he
look,
sponsors these MMA tournaments. Who am I talking about?
Here's my compliment about Chechnya. I think that they have
Brother Nathaniel.
I think Chechnya has a great sense of horsemanship. I think they're really good when it comes to riding horses. There we go.
Am I thinking of Uzbekistan? Or the guy, he's got a beard. He sponsors a lot of these MMA tournaments.
Well, maybe. Well, Uzbekistan, once the USSR took it over, now then it became Ivan Uzbekistan. That's for all the Power Ranger, the movie fans out there in the audience. Anyway, Minotaur, $5. Big fan of Ariel's music. And John Mouse, get him on. Keep up the good work, brah. Excellent. Next, Cream Wizard, $5. What do you think?
Yeah, Dagestan. That's what I'm thinking of, Dagestan.
What do you think about Alex G and the Garden?
I haven't heard of Alex G.
Yeah.
Have you heard of Alex G?
No, I have not heard about Alex G. Next, Cream Wizard, $5. Does Ariel Pink FW Sam Hyde? What does that mean, FW Sam Hyde? I guess
forward?
Or fuck with Sam Hyde?
Oh, yeah. Ariel was one of the only musicians that didn't denounce world peace after the fucking bullshit hit piece by Blockhead Joe at BuzzFeed. Ramaz Kadyrov. Yeah, that's who I'm thinking of.
Yeah, that's the leader of Chechnya. Well, what he did is his tribe, they took over the leadership of Chechnya, and as a result, they have tons of money coming in from the Russian government. But also, they ended up basically putting their fizz down on all the competing tribes. So all the other competing tribes there in Chechnya, they live like shit. And they have to pay homage to the Alpha.
Apparently, they're the MMA capital of the world right now.
Yeah, I heard that.
They sponsor, it's basically their national sport. I like Kadyrov. I think he's based. No, I'm kidding. I know he's committed certain crimes against certain groups, so I'm not gonna. I'm only joking.
Kadyrov,
okay, I'm joking.
Kadyrov would have been great 500 years ago. He would have been perfect.
He's pretty based, though. I gotta admit, he's pretty based.
He has a throwback. But anyway,
he has a throwback.
He has a throwback. Yeah, he's like a cartoon character. When he does that twirling with his beard. There is something childlike about that. And that's the other thing, by the way, that I notice. I think a lot of this. If you ever, Gio, you remember when we went to Facebook and we scroll through all those various Middle Eastern and Indian accounts? Yeah. So I noticed that there is within certain cultures like that, there is more of this childlike sensibility about certain things, and there is certain magic to it as well. And unfortunately, I think that a lot of adults today here are a bunch of dumbasses, and they lack that childlike curiosity. But it's all about, I think, balancing it out. Can you balance out that childlike nature with being enough of an adult not to ram a stick, up somebody, not to impale somebody? You have to have
he sent them all to Canada. Well, I could attest to that. There's a lot of Canada's pretty friendly to. Anyways, I'm only joking. I don't condone any crimes against humanity, against identifiable people.
Next, okay.
Get Jim Goad on. Maybe we could get Jim Goad on.
Yeah, we can goad him on to coming. Nick Larson, $4.99. Nick Larson, $4.99. Merry Christmas to Gio and my favorite elf, Lev. Love the stream, guys. Let's see the.
He's like my elf, and I could be a Santa. Oh my God, you do have elf ears! Holy crap!
Wait, I do. Well, you know what they actually say about the elves, or elves, fairies, whatever you want to call it, in ancient.
Oh, the Terrence McKenna Christmas thing.
No, not that. Although that's also pretty cool. No, what they say about the Irish say about the fairies and elves, they're actually 6 foot tall, blonde people that walk around. Certain
they're
areas.
Different than the little.
Yeah,
we always get Indian Bronson on. We got to get him on again. Yeah, he's a good friend of the show.
By the way, Gio,
He had a great stream with Alex Kashuta, by the way.
Yeah. Did you know, by the way, Gio, that even though I am brown-eyed, did you know that I'm actually blonde? Did you know
way.
That? Yes.
No.
This is actually a very, very dark blonde. You can't see it, but I'm actually blonde.
I know, your pictures of when you were younger, you had the blonde crop. When it's cropped, I could tell it's blonde.
Yeah, so that doesn't go away, and my beard is red. So
people say I have a red pigment.
Yeah, you're very red. So I think we're both the progeny of the Nephilim, the red Nephilim that used to inhabit the United States.
She was the Dorothy from Lord of the Rings. Oh, yes. The fat one? Oh,
Gimli.
Man.
Anyway.
Gimli, yeah. Dagestan, that's who I'm thinking of. Dagestan.
So
the MMA capital of the world, besides Japan.
Tux loves you, $5. Thank you so much, Tux. I, for one, hate the Antichrist.
We all hate the Antichrist here.
We all hate the Antichrist. Tux loves you $5 again. Christ came to other sheep that are not of this fold. That that reminds me of that song from A Clockwork Orange. You remember the prisoners singing?
Mm-hmm.
I was once a wandering sheep. I did not love the fold. I did not heed my master's voice. I could not be controlled. You remember that one? Anyway.
Oh, I think I remember that one.
Tux loves you $5 also. Happy birthday! Woo! This is Giovanni Pennacchietti's birthday today.
Actually, I have to go eat. Holy crap!
I know.
It's 7. Man.
Okay, well, those are all the super chats, fellas. So thank you so much.
Thank you for all the birthday wishes from everybody.
Wait, follow Gio on Twitter. Twitter.com/GiantGio. Go there right now and go and follow him on the YouTubes, which is Giant Art Productions. So
I have my Artifacts from the Future series. Part 2 just uploaded yesterday. And part 3 will probably be either tomorrow or the day after. It's going to be like over 3 hours of content. And so that's my little Christmas gift.
Follow Gio's Telegram. You're on Telegram.
Oh, yeah, my
right
Telegram.
now.
Yeah, you'll get all the updates, all the artwork from Instagram, little rants here and there. I'm going to start probably writing for Substack soon. So basically follow my Telegram to get all the links, all the updates, including all the BTR updates as well. I'm going to try. I'm trying not to be lazy about it, but
And lastly, twitter.com/LevPo.
And join our Discord, by the way.
Yes, join the Discord.
BTR Discord.
Follow me on Twitter, twitter.com/LevPo. And also, I never show this because it was only recently that I found out you can actually post to Instagram through your desktop, which is a game changer.
Yeah, you can. That's how I type on it.
Yeah, well, this is a game changer for me right now because I thought you could only do it on the phone. I hate using the phone. So Instagram.com/Lev Polyakov. I'm going to be posting some crypto art there. I'm working on some new stuff. #InvestInLev. I know that Ariel Pink is
you can post on Instagram? I thought you meant Telegram.
No,
you can post on Instagram now?
Instagram, yeah. That's
with
what I'm
photos
talking
and
about.
everything?
Yeah, photos and everything. Multiple
photos. Oh, fuck, they changed their policy?
Videos.
Jesus. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to start blogging on Instagram now.
Yeah, there we go.
I have to build up my Instagram audience, so it's just my name, Giovanni Pennacchietti.
Yes. So, and again, even if Ariel Pink thinks that he can think whatever he wants to.
Oh yeah,
art,
share my Telegram link.
Gio, hold on. I posted the Telegram link before, Gio.
Oh shit, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. So last thing I just want to say, even if Ariel Pink thinks of my art, whatever he thinks of it, I think that I have incredible art, just like he thinks he has incredible music. And that's all I got to say there.
Come on, Lev, don't be salty, bro.
I'm not salty.
He liked your art. He wasn't insulting you.
I know. It was
Lev, you have a bad habit of insulting guests behind their back, like Tommy Sotomayor.
Wait, where was I insulting Tommy?
Not insulting, but you were... Never mind.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding around. I want to say I'm very grateful for Ariel Pink for being there. Hold on, what's going on there?
Well, I think this is one of the best streams we've ever had, and I think it's probably one of our top 10 streams. Is Telegram compromised? Everywhere is compromised, bro. Everywhere is compromised.
Yes. I do want to say though, to the defense here, I do want to say that I really did enjoy a lot of his music. I think that he has a very visionary mind, and I do agree that you have to go in there and try to find as much as possible who else can promote you, because promoting yourself is very tough. You know it, I know it, and there we go.
Or I'm just saying, Lev. I think it was quite an honor to have someone of the caliber of Ariel Pink to come on, and this has been a really great stream. And I'm pooped out right now.